Chapter 1881. Li Chia wasn't too receptive of Temedragon's conversation. Tame Dragon didn't care either and was still as enthusiastic and happy as before. Brotherly, your item is of the finest grade. I have customers looking for an ancient item like this. Are you interested in a trade? None. Li Chia frankly rejected. Wait. Tame Dragon hurriedly said, Brotherly, don't be so eager to refuse and think about it carefully instead. Just agree and we can easily negotiate the price or whatever treasure you want. Chaos stones or supreme merit laws are possible too. Keep in mind that there are emperors among our customers, they will surely name an impressive price. Not interested, you can leave now. Li Chia waved his sleeve and said. Brotherly, no need to be so hasty, really think about it. Tame Dragon wore a smile the entire time, plus, this thing might not be suitable for you. After all, so many people are aware that you have an ancient treasure, I'm afraid many will come to your door. If you trade it, it'll be less headache in the future. How could Li Chia not understand the subtlety in this comment? Thus, he glared at Tame Dragon and said insipidly, Are you threatening me? No way, I do not dare to do so. Tame Dragon quickly responded, You're overly worrying. I consider myself to be somewhat of a businessman, but I do obey the creed of staying honest even in business. That's why I don't have any intention of causing trouble even if you don't trade. He paused for a bit before continuing, but that might not be the case for others. I personally know that a few customers are very intrigued by the item. If they really want it, I don't think anything can stop them. Is that so? If they want it, let them come. The more, the merrier. Li Chia smirked in response. Shoo. Tame Dragon jumped in horror and quickly shushed Li Chia. Brotherly, quiet down a bit since the sky has ears. Some customers are incredible characters. High God is only the starting point, there's no lack of emperors either. Really now? Li Chia chuckled. Yes. Tame Dragon lowered his voice. Your possession of this treasure had made quite a stir and attracted the attention of a few high gods and emperors. If they were ordinary emperors and gods, I could put in a few good words for you using my master's reputation. However, a few of them truly want your treasure and I might not be able to do anything about it. These emperors are untouchable since they are from heavenly authority. The guy paused for a bit and continued on with a mysterious tone. Have you heard of heavenly authority? Heavenly authority? Yes, that organization made up of emperors. Li Chia smiled freely. Tame Dragon continued on, no one can afford to provoke heavenly authority in this world. If they want a treasure, everyone should obediently hand it over. Moreover, I'll be frank too, Brotherly. I got winds of a secret information, people from the Purewood Alliance is also here. They want this treasure as well. Purewood Alliance? Li Chia had a thick smile after hearing this. Yes, Purewood Alliance, another legendary organization that is invincible. When it took action, not to mention ants like us, even emperors will tremble and the ghosts will cry. Rumor has it that this was a mysterious team started by Purewood Divine Emperor, some referred to it as the Divine Alliance. There were no trustworthy records about it. No one knew which emperors were part of this group. Its existence itself remained a mystery. Looks like you know quite a lot. Li Chia was quite amused. No, it's not me but my master and uncles have many friends. Our Tame Dragon cavalry knows everyone in the world, including many emperors, so I ride on my master's coattails, having more information channels than others. He became quite prideful after bringing up his master. This was understandable. His master, Tame Dragon High God, had 11 totems. His cavalry was a dreadful existence in Pure. It had 9 members but all were high gods. This was why the cavalry was so terrifying, but there was something even worse. They were actually a group of bandits. Tame Dragon High God was once a lowly bandit while the rest of the members had questionable origins as well. All 9 had done their fill of heinous deeds, leaving nothing left in their path. That's why many people secretly called them the Bandit Cavalry, not Tame Dragon. Despite their villainous past, many lineages in Pure couldn't do anything to them out of fear. This was the reason why Tame Dragon Child dared to talk back to Feng Yi. His backers were also very powerful. His intention in bringing up his master and the cavalry was clear. Anyone who knew a bit about them would be quite frightened right now. However, Li Chia was still as leisure as ever. Heavenly Authority or Purewood Alliance, let them come. I'm in the mood to taste the blood of the emperors right now. Surely these imperial blood will have an exquisite taste. If you are so well connected, tell those who are interested in my treasure to come in packs. 1 or 2 emperors and high gods aren't enough as an appetizer. Maybe 10 emperors or a legion, cavalry, whatever, that's more fun. It's too much trouble for me to take care of them one by one. With that, Li Chia ignored Tame Dragon Child and left. Tame Dragon Child was completely stunned after hearing this and couldn't process the statement too well. Behind his smile was a cruel heart. Don't mistake his friendliness and amicable speech, this was a ruthless man. Earlier, he was only playing an old trick, wishing to scheme the treasure Li Chia got from Hope. The whole spiel about emperors wanting to buy the treasure was only an attempt to scare Li Chia. In fact, he had done this many times before since it has been quite effective with a high rate of success. As long as it was something he wanted, he would continue to intimidate the person into giving up. Due to the notoriety of the Tame Dragon Cavalry, many experts, and even lineages would either obediently hand their treasures over or sell them at a low price. No one wanted to invite the wrath of bandits like this cavalry because the result might be sect destruction, quite a pitiful end. Because of his massive success in the past, Tame Dragon Child wanted to do it again to Li Chia. However, Li Chia didn't bite and left him in a shocked state. Want to do it the hard way instead? Don't blame this young noble for being ruthless then. When our cavalry comes, we'll take the treasure and let you experience a fate worse than death. Tame Dragon Child regained his wits with a cold glint in his eyes. The thing people were afraid of the most about this cavalry was their lack of morality. Even though many imperial lineages were arrogant, they considered themselves to be righteous, at least in appearance. They wouldn't destroy a sect just to steal a treasure since they had their reputation to worry about. On the other hand, the high gods in Tame Dragon Cavalry didn't give a damn at all. Chapter 1882. After ignoring Tame Dragon Child, Li Chia returned to his peak. There was an old man waiting quietly outside before he could enter his room. This was the captain of Eternal. He looked like an ordinary old man, like a next-door neighbor. But one would be sorely mistaken to judge him only by his appearance. What was Eternal? The greatest ship in exploration grounds. All sorts of things happened in this place. Many ships have been robbed before by bandits, but nothing had ever happened to Eternal. In fact, no one ever dared to even think about robbing it. Thus, how could the captain of this monstrous ship be an ordinary person? After seeing Li Chia, the captain bowed deeply and said with reverence, "I hope this tiny and wretched ship is okay for you, sir. Please excuse any inconveniences. There were more than 10,000 passengers here." The captain wouldn't even personally greet imperial successor. The best example was Jilin Princess, who never got a greeting from the captain. But now, he was here in person. Got a problem? Li Chia glanced at the captain and said flatly. No, it's nothing. The captain quickly smiled and said, "Only asking if you would like this lowly one service, sir. If these bandits want to bother you, I can offer my assistance." Few things happening on Eternal could hide from his eyes. The altar matter alone can't attract your attention. The emperors behind you are experienced enough. This treasure might be valuable but not enough for them to send you here to check. Li Chia commented. The captain was afraid of Li Chia's leisure tone. He quickly replied, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. This lowly one doesn't have an ulterior motive. To be frank, this captain wouldn't give a damn even if high gods were to visit him. The fact that he was around exploration grounds for so long should be indicative of his power. Moreover, the ship had more than just one emperor as their backers. But now, He was uncontrollably frightened of having offended Li Chia because his emperors have warned him. Fart if you must, don't waste my time. Li Chia coldly stared at him and said. The captain smiled and rubbed his palms together to ease the tension. He pondered for a bit to find the right words before respectfully speaking. This lowly one only has one question. Is that skeletal sword an epic paragon artifact? You're the one asking, or the emperors behind you? Li Chia nonchalantly said. The captain was in a tough position. He smiled wryly, not daring to reply. Go back and tell your master, indeed, it is a paragon artifact, albeit only an imitation. I had the urge to mess around. Li Chia revealed. This certainly horrified the captain. Just messing around was enough to startle the emperors behind him. Oh, so that's the case. I see. The captain said, Sir, you are peerless with a Tao reaching the heaven. Such a supreme technique is only child's play for you. Li Chia was straightforward this time. Okay, no need to flatter me. Leave if there is nothing else. Of course, this lowly one will stop bothering you, sir. The captain respectfully bowed, not daring to show any slight before Li Chia. Even though he didn't know of Li Chia's identity or which monster he was, more than just one emperor had warned him. There is something ominous on your ship. Li Chia spoke as the captain was on his way. The captain stopped and smiled wryly. Sir, you're joking. Our Eternal is very clean after being protected by the emperors. Nothing impure or evil could get on. Is that so? Li Chia gave him the side eye and said flatly, the ship is certainly clean, but your passengers might not be. You certainly know what you are transporting. The captain's expression became frozen for a bit before a cough. Sir, the passengers buy the tickets and this lowly one can't exactly go through their luggage. As long as they do not cause trouble on the ship, we welcome everyone. I see. Li Chia asked, then where are these aberrations going? Sir, I'll be honest. They're going to remote wildland. The captain had no choice. As the captain, he shouldn't be revealing passengers' information, but he didn't dare to hide it from this particular being standing before him. Li Chia's eyes turned cold. I see. Looks like all the forces in the 13 continents haven't given up on remote wildland. Ah, this lowly one doesn't know much about this matter. I'm only the driver. The captain didn't wish to be involved in this issue. What about your emperors? Are they going too? Li Chia inquired again. Well, the captain hesitated for a moment before answering. That isn't something this lowly one is eligible to know. But I have heard that something is stirring in remote wildland and some emperors are indeed going there. No one ever stops wandering about that place. A few things there are truly tempting. Li Chia said leisurely, however, go tell your emperors that it is best for them to stay the hell away from me. If they want to be cannon fodders, I'll be happy to drink their imperial blood. This lowly one will send the message. The captain trembled inside. Normally, only emperors would threaten others, not the other way around, especially in a blatant manner like this. Li Chia knew the existences behind Eternal, yet he was still threatening them all the same. Right now, the captain could only think of one possibility, that the guy was Supreme Overlord. Outside of these Supreme Overlords, no one else would dare to threaten the emperors behind Eternal. Good. Li Chia said, top emperors of their position should know the right choice to make. If they want to act like lower emperors and bring their wills here, I'll still be happy all the same. The emperors behind Eternal were indeed very powerful. That's why they were able to notice the imitation of true bones. In the end, the horrified captain didn't dare to say anything else and bowed deeply again before leaving. Afterward, Li Chia stared at the horizon with a smile. Very well, if emperors want to get involved at remote wildland, then let the storm rages, it'll be much more lively. With that, he entered the room. Eternal speed increased after leaving Hope. Even though it stopped at several other points, there was no delay and left at the exact time. The ship also knew the way very well because it had been here countless times. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it had traveled through all the known paths. Nothing happened during this portion of the trip so far, something Eternal has always been proud of, their smooth passage. Wuxia didn't leave the ships during the different resting areas. He continued to cultivate and think about the profundities of the Grand Tao. In these last several days, Wu Fengying didn't come to bother him. Who knows if it was due to the princess' advice or she had finally learned her lesson after the previous defeat. Chapter 1883. Finally, Eternal reached a very important stop point, Imperial Change City. We have arrived at Imperial Change City. After stopping at the harbor in space, the captain announced, Eternal will stop here for half a month to get supply. Passengers to remote Wildland may leave the ship to relax. Just return before departure. I'm going. After anchorage, many people became excited and jumped off the ship. We're finally here. Even those who had been here before were still ecstatic all the same. Imperial Change City was built by the shore of Buddhist Plain. It was also the only city in exploration grounds. Even though there were emperors and powerful gods hiding all around inside their heavenly grottos, only one true city existed here. It was under the control of many emperors. From Eternal, one could see a world hovering above the vast darkness. It was spewing out a majestic light that had a Buddhist affinity. There were many continents and countless dangerous areas in exploration grounds. However, all were abandoned or broken worlds, similar to Hope. However, this was not the same for this floating world. It was still shining among the dark expanse, albeit with dimness as if a gust of wind could extinguish it like a candle. This world was Buddhist Plain, a colorful world that had disappeared along the river of time. At the front of this world was a port city. It wasn't crazy inside compared to the one spanning for thousands of miles in pure. It wasn't majestic either in appearance. It was built from some unknown rocks piling on each other. Nevertheless, it still had an immovable presence to spectators. There was no frightening imperial aura or peerless divine lights. It looked quite simple and seemed to have experienced the long years. This unremarkable city presided there was if nothing could ever successfully assault it down. Imperial Change City. Those who came to exploration grounds would inevitably hear of its name. Rumor has it that it was built by the emperors from Pure. Exploration grounds was not a place for cultivation because it contained the remnant chaos energies of previous epochs. This, in turn, led to being more susceptible to chi deviation. This wasn't the case in Imperial Change. Some said that cultivation was possible inside, but outsiders weren't privy of the truth. In short, the emperors from Pure worked together to create a new world here, changing this ferocious land into a habitable and unconquerable city. It remained unknown how many emperors were staying in the city. Many emperors in exploration grounds had their own grottos, but some chose to occasionally stay in this city as well. Several emperors would be present at any time in Imperial Change before switching shift. These groups would temporarily make all decisions for the city. If something major were to happen, then a bigger council of eligible emperors would convene and deliberate. The exact identity of the eligible emperors was also a mystery. Imperial Change wasn't an organization or a sect. The emperors here came from all races and worlds. They were equal in this place and didn't place any emphasis on racial and intersect wars. They didn't care about mundane feuds and hatred. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to stay at Imperial Change and be involved in the policy-making process. No one knew why the city was erected, but there was one legend spreading through Pure. It stated that this was a final base in the case of a calamity. Even if the worlds were to be destroyed, Imperial Change would stand strong, for it was the strongest fortress in existence. It has been blessed and empowered by countless emperors. Their blood and effort have seeped into the foundation of this place. Even 12 Will emperors have helped as well. Thus, its toughness gradually became a legendary tale. Of course, when the days of end actually came, only God knows about the people with the ticket to enter. Wuxia was standing on a mountain while gazing at Imperial Change's closed gates with a faint smile. The gates to this great city have always been closed. Outside of emperors, outsiders would find it exceedingly hard to enter without permission or recommendation. Of course, who wanted to force their way in would find the endeavor suicidal. "Young noble, you want to enter?" the princess quietly asked. In her eyes, Li Qie was definitely someone who could enter without any resistance. Meanwhile, a junior like her wasn't qualified to do so. "No, there's nothing to see there, only a turtle shell." Li Qie smiled freely. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this. So many people wanted to enter but couldn't yet. Li Qie made it sound so trivial. What would the emperors feel if they were to find out that their citadel was called a turtle shell? I wonder which emperors are in charge right now in this generation. Li Qie commented. I heard it is the emperors from the War Monarch clan and Divine Dragon Mountain. I don't know it's true or not, just repeating what I've heard from the ancestors. The princess replied. The Jilin's monarchs also had a spot at Imperial Change. They were relatively early members from the 100 races at Pure. If the calamity really comes one day, hide here if you have the chance. There will be hope of surviving it. Li Qie smiled and said. I might not have the opportunity to do so in the future. The princess forced a smile. Even though her two monarchs had a spot here, she wasn't qualified to enter for now. She needed their recommendation first. Li Qie said, it's still possible. If your Nightfall Immortal Monarch was still around, your clan could have even more recommendations at the city. But just become more powerful and everything will be easy. Nightfall had great authority in Imperial Change, but after she embarked on the ultimate expedition, her clan's status in the city did considerably weaken. The princess nodded and kept his words in mind. Let's go have a look at Buddhist Plain. We have some free time right now. Li Qie told the princess. The Buddhist Plain? She couldn't help looking at the faint world behind Imperial Change. It was broken but people still had hope in it. Follow me and I shall grant you a fortune. I can't guarantee the same in remote wildland. That place requires your own fortune, but in order to boost the chance, we'll have you witness this magical place first. Li Qie said flatly. The princess quickly bowed to show her gratitude. As the successor of the Jilin clan, she didn't lack weapons, treasures, and merit laws. In fact, she had access to all the top merit laws from her clan. However, such words had a different significance coming from Li Qie. After all, a few fortunes in this world couldn't be gauged in a physical sense. Moreover, cultivators required these adventures in order to sharpen themselves and gain knowledge. The two of them got off Eternal and instantly came outside of Imperial Change. Because Imperial Change was at the outskirt of Buddhist Plain, many people would need to pass across the city first. In fact, even those who didn't want to enter the plain would come to take a look at Imperial Change anyway. This was still a worthwhile experience even if they couldn't get in. Chapter 1884. It was very lively, rowdy even, outside of Imperial Change. People came and went, shops were set up by merchants shouting advertisements. A unique Buddhist bone excavated from the plain, capable of expelling evil and protect the body, very cheap. One merchant quietly advertised. Despite the numerous merchants, no one dared to shout in this place, or they tried to minimize their shouting to the limit. They were afraid of disturbing the peace of the emperors inside. Once provoked, the emperors might turn everyone here to ashes. Some came purposely to visit Buddhist Plain while others were only here to sightseeing. Their trip could eventually become a nice conversational topic, completely worth their time in exploration grounds. There was a few buildings and pavilions quite far away from Imperial Change. They were built by some real masters. Among them were high gods who wanted to copy the emperors by establishing a home here. Alas, they still haven't found success because it wasn't that easy to refine the land in this place. The city was made from many emperors working together. Even high gods had this type of power, even when there were several of them. Because of this, these buildings eventually became ruins or a temporary resting place for cultivators. Thump. 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 At this time, there was someone loudly slamming their head on the ground. An old man was doing so in a respectful ceremonial manner. He wore a dragon robe and solemnly shouted, "Ancestor, please guide our sect back to glory." He kept on kowtowing while shouting at the city. What is he doing? The newcomers didn't know what he was doing. That's the Yi clan master. An old man sighed and revealed, he wants guidance from his immortal monarch. The Yi had fallen recently, given the cold shoulder by several races on top of having their territory invaded and annexed. When their monarch was around, no one dared to do anything to them, but not anymore. That's why he wants guidance right now. He has been kowtowing for 3 months, but his ancestor on duty here wouldn't meet him. A young merchant nearby added. Jilin Princess became slightly emotional after seeing this. This was, in fact, a rather common occurrence. After a decline, many sects would come asking for their ancestors to come out and prop up the clan once more. It's not easy being an emperor. Some risked the threat of the heavenly execution and still came into being in order to help their descendants navigate the storm. She murmured. The majority of descendants are useless. Li Qie said calmly, of course, it's not easy for emperors to sever their blood ties either. He was familiar with this type of scene as well. Some emperors eventually gave up and let their clan and descendants fence for themselves. Return from whence you came. Finally, a voice resounded from within. It had an unquestionable divinity and supreme power. The rowdiness outside the city immediately ceased. Everyone stopped what they're doing. The merchant halted their quiet peddling. All eyes were on the city. No one could see what was going on within, but the voice of an immortal monarch made many shudder. Even though the monarch didn't exert his aura, people still felt a sense of reverence all the same. The clan master went stiff with a gray complexion. His eyes were filled with despair. This was too big of a blow for him. Their clan needed the help of their ancestor, but he didn't care about their fate. After a long time, he regained his wits and didn't dare to oppose an order of a monarch. He left quietly afterward. People felt sympathy after seeing this. Many great powers have fallen before. They wanted to ask for help, but being abandoned by their ancestors was truly devastating. Looks like the Yi clan won't rise again. Someone said sentimentally while looking at the pitiful departing figure. The refusal meant that the Yi clan no longer had an immortal monarch for their backing. It would be prohibitively difficult for them in the future. Of course, others should act with prudence before deciding to annihilate the Yi clan. Even though this immortal monarch ignored the clan's prosperity, it didn't mean that others could massacre them if they wanted to. It wasn't certain that this monarch would be idle in the worst-case scenario. Next, a carriage slowly came forward. It was simple with only 5 old men accompanying it. They all wore a gray outfit with a hat pushed down low to hide their face. They hid their aura so it was hard to see through their real power. It stopped in front of the city gates. In the beginning, no one cared about it. When a man and woman got off, all eyes were attracted and shocked. The woman was peerlessly noble, just like a phoenix descending from the sky. She had a wondrous nobility with beautiful features that would attract all gazes. Others couldn't help but stare in admiration. The man had a yellow robe without much decoration. It was a simple and low-key style. Nevertheless, the robe was still delicately made and well-suited, seemingly by the best of tailors. It could accentuate his perfect physique. Though he had no bulging muscle nor was he overly tall and stalwart, he was the embodiment of steadiness. A boundless power seemed to be contained beneath this outfit, a true dragon soaring in the horizon he was. He wasn't overly dashing, but there was an inexplicable charm to his cold demeanor. He gave others a metallic impression, as if a knock would produce a tinkling sound. He stood proudly with the sharpness of a spear. Though he had converged his vitality and dispersed his divinity, he still had an unbeatable aura engulfing the myriad realms. Jin Gu and Heavenly Phoenix Princess. People took a deep breath after seeing the two. Jin Gu. Both the young and old were moved after hearing this name. He was the hottest topic in Pure right now. He was the most hopeful candidate to become a Grand Emperor, a talent deemed worthy of obtaining 12 wills. Alas, an ambush had robbed him of his first collection attempt. Many big shots from the heaven race were full of regrets. The overall situation would change if he could have become a top emperor. Is he here to see his ancestors? The older characters shuddered, knowing that something big was going to happen. Li Qie is here as well. A keen-eyed cultivator also saw Li Qie and Jilin Princess. In a short time, eyes darted between the two groups of duo. Everyone held their breath with anticipation. Jilin Princess also glanced at Li Qie, then over at the two in the distance. She smiled wryly at the upcoming storm. Everyone has heard about Fiercest, especially about his involvement in the death of Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince and Royal Lord. This news had early spread across Pure. They thought that both the princess and Jingu wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. So now, Jingu and Fiercest were meeting at Imperial Change. They thought a good show was about to happen. The road is narrow for enemies. They must be eager to fight now. One cultivator murmured. Jingu and Heavenly Phoenix Princess also heard someone called out Li Qie's name. Both of their gazes became fixated on him as well. The scene became silent since everyone started focusing on spectating. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. Chapter 1885. At this time, rather than silence, everyone was anticipating a great battle. Jingu had threatened the world while Fiercest was a new talent with an unstoppable momentum and bizarre techniques. This was going to be a battle between a dragon and tiger, so the crowd was quite excited to see Jin Ji's attempt at retribution. Meanwhile, Li Qie was completely unaffected with his leisure stroll in spite of his enemies ahead and the imposing city. The princess, on the other hand, wasn't as leisure. A great battle was surely coming from this, even emperors might get involved. In this split second, Jingu slightly changed his gaze. There was no blatant aura nor supreme divinity, it was only a slight bat of the eyes. However, a jade-like hand tightly gripped his brutish one. The princess gently shook her head, gesturing her husband to stop. Jingu took a deep breath after seeing her expression and withdrew his gaze. He calmed his thoughts and turned to face the city. Next was tidying his attire before coming in front of the gates. Everyone was surprised to see this and couldn't react. In their mind, Jingu wouldn't forgive Li Qie. After all, the feud of killing one's father-in-law was irreconcilable. But Jingu was able to subdue his anger to the astonishment of the crowd. He held an ancient writ with both hands while the princess accompanied him. He respectfully kneeled and said, "Your unfilial descendant, Jingu, is here today to visit you, ancestor." Creak, after 3 bows, the heavy gates slowly opened. There was so much chaos energy inside as if it had turned into its own world. The duo bowed again before standing up. They took a deep breath and walked into the city, hand in hand. As they disappeared into the chaos energy, the gates closed once more. During this event, Li Qie had already entered Buddhist Plain. The meeting between him and Jingu was just a glance. The battle was over just like that, leaving behind only one thought: if it wasn't for the princess, Jingu might have attacked. The crowd then turned towards Li Qie's direction, but he was nowhere in sight either. A dragon meeting a tiger, yet no fight. A few cultivators who live for the chaos lamented. Yes. It really is unexpected. No, it's a miracle to be able to restrain this level of anger. Plus, Jingu had never been afraid of anyone in the 13 continents. He still directly fought against Ren Sheng during the competition for the Heaven's Will. Despite the successful ambush, his group still got Ren Sheng back for it later on. One youth stated. His peers felt the same way. I heard the Grand Emperors from the War Monarch clan have the shift right now at Imperial Change. Look, his emperors are right here, even a stronger enemy would only be an ant. Why didn't he attack? Another youth couldn't understand Jingu. Jingu himself was powerful enough to take down a high god easily as well, let alone fiercest. But under such an advantageous circumstance, Jingu chose inaction and perplexed the crowd. Of course, no one would dare to mock him for cowardice. They didn't think he feared fiercest either, since he had experienced countless battles and bathed with the blood of his enemies. It's because he married a virtuous and intelligent wife. Nothing is more important than becoming an emperor right now. A big shot noticed the small gesture by the princess and understood the situation. He continued on, the princess isn't blinded by hatred. After the last ambush, she realized how to keep a low profile and maintain her forces. Only the heavens would make them go all out. Personal feuds are trivial before the business of the throne. These older characters were quite impressed. Any woman would lose their rationality after having their brother and father killed. Vengeance would be on their mind, especially when she had military power. But she chose against it and didn't even want her husband to be distracted. She wanted his full focus on obtaining the heavens' wills. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess, who was with Li Qie, commented, "Heavenly Phoenix Princess is very rational despite coming from an imperial lineage. She's indeed worthy of becoming the imperial queen." Li Qie replied, "It's understandable. She's an outsider, yet the War Monarch clan still gave her great authority. Even if the ancestors of that clan have grown senile, their experienced Grand Emperors certainly aren't. The decision to entrust her wasn't something an ordinary person in the clan could decide. They needed permission from someone like War Monarch Heaven Emperor. And for this high-level character, they wouldn't pick an ordinary girl to be their daughter-in-law." Li Qie was only casually commenting on what he had heard about Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Nevertheless, he got all the essential facts straight right away. The princess felt that this was correct since she was from an imperial lineage as well. It wasn't easy for someone outside the clan to be in power. It showed the trust the clan had placed in Heavenly Phoenix Princess. But this was also the reason for her family's demise. Her brother and father thought they had an unbelievably strong backing, so they treated others with contempt, resulting in their death. The two were in Buddhist plain right now, an endless plain was in sight. Strange enough, it was hard for exploration grounds to have any vegetation. Not to mention a tree, not even a grass could be seen. This was not the case for Buddhist plain. There were yellow grasses growing everywhere on this plain. They fluttered in the wind like beautiful ladies. However, these grasses had a yellow dryness upon inception and looked a bit burnt. They gave the feeling of being near death, as if they carried a fatal disease right away and could wither at any moment. Nevertheless, these young grasses persevered and populated the plain. How can grasses grow in this place? Jilin Princess had heard curious stories about the plain. Despite their sorry state, they still had life unlike other places in Exploration Ground. Exploration Grounds consisted of broken temporal plains like a shattered river of time. Each of these epochs had been destroyed. Thus, life cannot grow here, unless there is something extremely heaven-defying going on. The phenomenon you see here is quite mystical. How so? The princess yearned for more knowledge. A safeguarding power. Li Qie said, "In fact, the existences of these broken continents alone are impressive enough. They contained the power of an entire world, or they wouldn't have survived when the river of time broke. However, this place is different from the rest." The princess listened without interrupting. "One day, when the world is on the verge of collapsing, what is your course of action?" Li Qie looked at her and asked. "Self-preservation." The princess didn't need to think. Her answer was simply common sense, an instinct in all creatures. Chapter 1886. One shouldn't be criticized for choosing survival over all else during perilous times. Yes, self-preservation. Li Qie gently nodded. It is rational, many people would do so as well. Li Qie became quiet with a slightly disappointed expression after saying this. The princess became a bit uneasy after seeing his attitude. "Young noble, did I say something wrong?" Li Qie looked up and gently shook his head. "No, you're right. Self-preservation is instinctive, any living being would do so. However, it is easier said than done on that day. One must pay a great price." He turned back towards the horizon with a pensive stare. The princess didn't quite understand the vague comment. After a while, Li Qie continued, even a so-called savior would fence for themselves. It's already commendable that they do not sacrifice the heaven and earth and all existences. This type of masters should be praised. Sacrifice everything. The princess murmured in rumination and thought about the tales he told before. She thought of a terrorizing possibility, causing her mind to tremble. In just a wink, she realized why Li Qie kept on repeating, "Don't wait for a world savior." Alright, no need to talk about this any longer. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and chuckled. The reason why grasses can grow here is because many supreme overlords have blessed this place with their protection. Trillions of existences shared an indomitable belief. This protective power and faith allowed this place to have life. However, the annihilative force was unimaginable and impossible to stop. Even the strongest of protection and endless faith couldn't protect this world. These grasses are barely surviving. Unlike the grasses outside, they are born weak from the tribulation. Li Qie sighed and didn't add anything else. The princess became immersed in the might of this epoch and its amazing existences. Alas, they still became broken in the end. Come, to Buddhist Ridge we go. He continued forward. The ridge wasn't too far from imperial change, only 100,000 miles. However, it was only the beginning of the plain. Only by crossing this path would one finally step into the plain and truly bask in its magicalness. This was a majestic mountain range spanning for thousands of miles. But the shocking part wasn't the geography, the buildings on top were much more magnificent. Countless broken walls and ruins laid on top as far as the eyes can see. These ancient Buddhist temples were wonderful once. There was one, in particular, spanning for 10,000 meters. Just one pillar from it could reach the sky. Alas, they were mere ruins now. Only broken tiles were left behind in this tattered world. Nevertheless, one could still imagine how lofty the place used to be. Perhaps this was a Buddhist kingdom with numerous holy monks cultivating and meditating. Unfortunately, all ceased to be here. On this mountain was a stony path full of steps, starting at the base all the way to the pinnacle. The two were right below, in front of the path. While staring at it, one got the sensation that this was the path towards the Grand Tao. Though they no longer had the colorful lights associated with power, people would suddenly have a vision of many beings kneeling and worshipping in this place, one bow for each step. I just saw something. The princess said with uncertainty. At her level, she wouldn't see illusions easily due to her firm Tao heart. That's normal. Li Qie said, if you were born in that era, when you stand here, not to mention your current cultivation, even as a low-level high god, you would already be on your knees, more than happy to kowtow once each step. Alas, too much time had passed and the destruction here was too much. It had destroyed the enlightenment here. Otherwise, you would be a Buddhist right now. Such swift conversion? What kind of demonic art is that? The princess felt a bit of dread after hearing this. Demonic art? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. It's the most righteous and orthodox path. If we were to compare it to an imperial art, then it would be at the apex in terms of profundity. It could convert someone after a split second due to the immense faith of the beings here. There is no forceful conversion here from one being to another, only the accumulation of faith in an entire epoch. Trillions of existences worshipping from one generation to another, full of sympathy, light, benevolence, and peace. After enough time, the will of one is only a bubble in the ocean, completely insignificant, and so are you before it, a drop of rain in the sea, just going along with the flow. Faith can become a Tao. The princess got a clue from this statement. Yes. Li Qie said, believe in my Tao and I shall grant you protection. But this isn't to say that I'm your savior, it is only a type of coexistence. That's why the Buddhist plane has a protective power, one of faith. The princess realized why this place was special. Go up, we'll light an incense. Li Qie commanded. The princess trod onward, but there was one thing perplexing her. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Little lass, go ahead. Li Qiye was amused by her demeanor. Young noble, you would also offer someone your respect? She finally let it out. In her mind, he was a supreme overlord standing at the top of this world. Who would be worthy of him performing such a respectful gesture? It is showing respect for the sages of old. Li Qiye took his time answering. Despite a lack of a true savior, there were brave soldiers and never violating their heart even at the darkest time of destruction. They are worthy of respect. Never violating their heart. The princess murmured. What do you think is a cultivator's primal wish? Li Qiye asked while she carefully took everything in. She pondered in silence. For many cultivators, their first intent was to become an emperor. What about after becoming an emperor? Li Qiye could read her thoughts. She had no answer because she wasn't one. A battle to the end. Li Qiye said, after stepping on this path, it means you will feel weak and want to grow even stronger. In the beginning, you want to become stronger than others. Next, you want to surpass your own limits and finally, to fight against the heaven and escape from the shackles of this world. That's why you need to fight to the end. However, some have chosen to compromise on this path. Not everyone can continue forever. There had been majestic existences that eventually let go of their primal wish. But some decided to fight to the end, resulting in their death. The latter is worthy of respect. He gently sighed and continued, this is why the Tao heart is so important. Only a firm one would allow you to fight to the end. Without one day, you will only become an existence that you once hated. The people that compromised, are they still lurking in the darkness? The princess couldn't help and ask with a shuddering voice. The answer could be frightening, something others didn't want to face. We'll go offer our respect. First, to greet the wise sages. Second, to see if we'll get the blessing of the spirit butterfly. Li Qiye didn't answer her and continued forward instead. Chapter 1887, Walking on these steps was similar to rising straight to the cloudy sky. Rumor has it that earning the favor of the spirit butterfly at Buddhist Ridge could bring about better luck. This butterfly will even protect the person, allowing them to obtain the treasury at the plain. Is this true? Jilin Princess asked during the climb. She had heard many legends about exploration grounds from her ancestors, this spirit butterfly included. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, no such thing as luck in this world. It is another type of power. Before understanding this, you will feel that it is very mysterious, a type of fortune or predetermination. The princess didn't quite grasp what he was saying, so she walked quietly with him. After a long while, the two finally reached the highest point of the ridge. She was instantly moved while standing at the pinnacle. It was a large field created by many paved boulders. Despite the years of rain and wind, this coarse field was still around. However, the more shocking part was a gargantuan statue of a Buddha on this field. It looked just like a giant amidst the clouds. It was sitting in the meditative pose with one hand forming a mudra while the other was situated before the stomach. Its head was looking down, seemingly pondering the Tao. One had no choice but to look up at this statue. It was incomplete with many cracks as if it had been wounded. The right ear was gone and the facial features unrecognizable. It was as if its face has been destroyed, not allowing anyone else to look at it. The astonishing part about the statue wasn't its mere size alone. There was an indescribable temperament to it, one of soul invincibility. Even the high heaven seemed so distant and the earth was lying beneath its feet. The heaven above couldn't make it put down its hands. Even the earth couldn't stop its movement. Because of this, anyone would have the urge to bow before this Buddha, wanting to kiss its feet to show their utmost reverence. The princess had a powerful cultivation and a firm Tao heart, but she also felt the urge to prostrate before this Buddha. The heaven does not allow one to see the face of this Buddha. Damn its wretchedness. Li Qiye coldly said. The princess was startled. This was her first time hearing someone curse out the high heaven like this. She looked up and opened her heavenly gaze. Alas, she couldn't see the statue's face as if it had been sealed. No need to look. The heaven had forbidden it. Li Qie told her. But why? She asked. Li Qie stared at the statue and said, "This is an old sage, the starter of an epoch." As the river of time continued to flow, it shouldered the faith of countless existences. Do you know how insignificant the world and the myriad Tao are compared to this faith? It can replace everything, turning all into a world of light. But after its destruction, the heaven forbid anyone from seeing this Buddha's face again. The princess was in awe. She was trying to imagine the amazing epoch of light after hearing him. There were more than just them present before this Buddha. There were many cultivators standing in a line, slowly inching forward without uttering a word. Before Li Qie was a divine carriage with the shade of the evening red clouds. It seemed to be running amidst the clouds. Inside was a woman around 30 of age. She was titillating with her mature appearance like a ripe grape. Others couldn't help wanting to take a bite. Her alluring eyes could steal the soul with its boundless charm. Sunset Glow Valley Lord. The princess didn't expect to see a familiar face here. Young Sis Ji, long time no see. The woman greeted back. Her name was Een Huali, the Lord of Sunset Glow. This was a lineage of the devil race with 2 emperors in pure. It had considerable power. Even though there was racial tension, imperial lineages like Sunset Glow and the Ji clan still had some ties. While chatting with the princess, Huali couldn't help analyzing Li Qie. She had heard of his stories before and didn't want to provoke this mysterious man. The experts continued forward. It didn't matter their initial attitude before coming here. While standing in front of this statue, they lit an incense and kneeled to offer their respect straight from the heart. After placing the incense, some experts couldn't help but stare at the shoulder of the Buddha. It was quite large, like a mountain range. There were many inconspicuous spirit butterflies lying on its shoulder that required careful observation to spot. One would find that these butterflies were made of a faint light. They were very famous because earning their favor would mean a safe journey in Buddhist plane. They could even bring you to the hidden treasures of the plane. Rumor has it that 3 people have obtained the favor of these butterflies: World Emperor, Holy Emperor, and Mortal Reversion Ancient God. Some later on even thought that because of this event, the 3 of them found an amazing fortune, resulting in their achievements later. Despite a lack of evidence, cultivators would always respectfully come here to worship. Of course, nothing could be better than also gaining the favor of the butterflies. Alas, these butterflies were lying on the shoulder with no intention of befriending anyone. After a long time, it was finally Li Qie and the princess' turn. He lit an incense and bowed while articulating, "The path of men is full of ups and downs. Oh, the wise sages of past, watch as I sweep through everything in the future." His words made everyone glance at each other. They were aware of his title, Fiercest. They felt that this guy was indeed fierce enough, always spouting crazy words wherever he went. The princess was much more respectful in comparison. After lighting the incense, she bowed 3 times towards this Buddha. When the 2 were about to leave, there was suddenly a poof. The butterflies lying on the shoulder of the statue suddenly started flying. "The spirit butterflies are moving," someone shouted. The butterflies flew down and circled Li Qie from top to bottom as if they were happy fairies. "What, this can't be right?" An old expert shouted, "I've been here more than 10 times but I haven't seen one butterfly moving, let alone all of them. How unbelievable. Back when World Emperor got here, only 1 butterfly circled around him, but Fiercest got all of them right now." Another knowledgeable ancestor became shocked. How can he be so lucky? Is this what you call the heaven's favorite? One cultivator became jealous and said. Even Jilin Princess' mouth became agape at this astonishing scene. "Return, just 1 is enough," Li Qie said before blowing a puff of air. He blew all the butterflies away with the exception of 1 lingering on his shoulder. "Let's go." He glanced at this butterfly before telling the princess. The crowd was stunned to see this scene. It was better to have more butterflies, but Li Chia actually only left one behind. There was actually someone afraid of having too many butterflies? Chapter 1888, Rumble. As Li Chia and Jilin Princess were about to leave, a series of orderly steps resounded. In the blink of an eye, a group with 36 people climbed to the peak. The atmosphere became tense right away. All members had an aggressive aura with a cruel glint in their eyes. They wore a black-pink colored armor, but it wasn't because of dye. This was the color of dried blood, causing spectators to faintly hear a sanguine stench. Tame Dragon Squadron. A spectator blurted out in horror. Li Chia knew the leader of this squadron. It was Tame Dragon Child. This was a brutal squadron led by the first disciple of Tame Dragon High God, Shangguan Yunjian. He had inherited the arts of the High God and became one himself with 2 totems. Thus, his school had 2 High Gods, something worthy of pride. After all, this was extraordinary due to his humbled origin. Because Tame Dragon and 8 more High Gods started the Tame Dragon Cavalry, Yunjian also started his own group with 36 people and used squadron instead. Like master, like disciple, Tame Dragon used to be a bandit, so this squadron was also a group of robbers. They enjoyed breaking and entering on top of finding cultivators outside or ambushing some small adventuring groups. Of course, they pushed it a step further by also silencing their victims with death. Many people knew that the culprits were this squadron, but since all the victims were killed, there was no evidence to condemn them. This was the reason why some feared them. It didn't matter whether one was strong or weak, being preyed upon by the squadron usually ended in death. After Yunjian became a High God, he rarely commanded the squadron himself and left it to Tame Dragon Child. Because of this, Tame Dragon Child didn't only resort to threats. If the threats were ineffective, he would take command of the squadron for a more direct approach. Brotherly, we meet again. Tame Dragon Child smiled and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. Li Chia only gave him a quick yet dismissive glance. This didn't diminish his enthusiasm. These are my brothers, the Tame Dragon Squadron. They are courageous men who appreciate other heroes the most. Your tales of fearlessness have traveled far and wide. We brothers respect you. If you need anything in the future, just say the word and we'll jump into the boiling fire. Don't be reserved because we'll be brothers too. With that, Tame Dragon Child beat his chest with great fanfare. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing how familiar Tame Dragon Child was acting towards Li Chia. This group of bandits alone was frightening enough. If they were to add someone as devilish as fiercest, it would become a terrifying combination spelling doom for many smaller sections. Li Chia nonchalantly responded, "Not just anyone is qualified to call me brother, at the very least, not you." With that, he continued descending with the princess. This carefree response left everyone shocked. They didn't expect him to answer in such a haughty manner without giving a damn about face. It was a straight slap towards Tame Dragon Child and the squadron. It was merciless enough in the eyes of the spectators. Though few would want to befriend someone like Tame Dragon Child, they would begrudgingly accept if he kept on requesting it while calling them brother. Even if one was strong enough to not give a damn about the squadron or even Tame Dragon High God, it would be socially improper to slap a smiling face. At the very least, this person would need to be cordial for a bit in order to keep up with propriety. But Li Chia was completely different. He publicly denounced the guy in front of everyone without holding back. As Li Chia was walking away, Tame Dragon Child's expression became extremely unsightly, but he actually managed to restrain this anger. After the duo left Buddhist Ridge, the princess smiled and said, "Young noble, that guy probably won't forget the slap just now. Just a little phony, no need to give someone like that any face. If he's smart enough to stay away from me, I'll spare him from a death without a burial." Li Chia smiled freely. The princess smiled back. If Tame Dragon Child wanted to conspire against Li Chia, it would indeed be suicidal on his part. Buddhist Plain was vast, but it had far more than just grasses and fields. There were many dangers hidden in this seemingly serene place. They could see a large mountain far away, shrouded in clouds and fogs. One couldn't see the end of it. It was as if it was the world itself. All the other ranges started from here. Clank. Suddenly, a bell resounded as they were crossing the mountain. It wasn't overly loud, but the princess lost control of her legs and felt as if her soul was leaving the body. She nearly dropped to the ground, but Wuxia quickly helped her from being paralyzed on the ground. "What is that thing?" she asked in a pale stupor. Her confusion was understandable. A bell forcing someone of her power level to directly drop down? This was quite a monstrous force. Wuxia placed his palm on her forehead and slowly said, "I will protect your mind to stop you from turning to ashes. Open your heavenly gaze and look." She felt a warm current coursing through her soul after his touch. She finally calmed down and took a deep breath before opening her heavenly gaze. Her vision penetrated the fogs shrouding the mountain. Behold, it was a sight of ruins, with the divine mountain being completely split horizontally. This majestic mountain pierced through the sky. It should be surrounded with stars and galaxies, but some unknown power had slashed it in half. The stars nearby were destroyed as well, only broken pieces were left. At the very top of this broken world was a floating bell. It was gigantic and made of pure gold, still shining. The sound earlier came from this bell. "This bell is the thing that destroyed this divine mountain?" she asked. "No, the bell wishes to protect this area. Unfortunately, struggling is meaningless before the destruction," Wuxia said flatly. "Isn't this a supreme treasure, completely unstoppable?" the princess murmured. "That's right, supreme it is. It might not be an epic paragon artifact, but it is still an incredible Buddhist treasure." Wuxia nodded. "Why does no one come and take it?" she became surprised. "No one has been able to reach it." "Look closer, don't you see people hiding up there?" Wuxia smiled. She focused more, and after a long time, she found that there was an old man in a royal robe in one of the penetrated stars. He was hiding in the hole with layers of defense around him, powered by divine metals. Intuition told her that this was a high god. The more she looked, the more people she found hiding among the debris in space. They were powerful and had defensive barriers ready, seemingly vigilant of a certain thing. At the same time, they were staring at the bell as if wanting to find a weakness. "Now!" a person roared and rushed out with 3 totems. He turned into a gigantic dragon with 8 wings, lunging for the bell. Next, his palm came for the bell, wishing to suppress and take it away. Winged High God, a veteran with 3 totems. The knowledgeable princess became startled. Clank. Another bell sound came out right before the palm was about to make contact. The sound wave attacked, causing blood to go everywhere. His hands exploded first before the rest of his body. Chapter 1889, Ah. Winged High God turned into a rain of blood with a flash within. He was still a high god. In this perilous moment, he used his totems to protect his true fate and made it out of this space. Nevertheless, his true fate was dimmed now. Despite surviving, he would need, perhaps, several 10,000s of years to recover back to his peak state. The moment the bell sounded, the ones hiding nearby used their defensive barriers. The sound wave came and shattered these barriers one by one. Some even vomited blood from the impact. Of course, it was a much better outcome than what happened to Winged High God. All of them were high gods that have been hiding here for a long time to study the bell. This was why they came prepared with defensive barriers before each ring. Alas, this was still not enough to completely stop the bell's power. The princess took a deep breath. Even an old high god with 3 totems were instantly destroyed. If it was her, she would have been rendered to ashes in a split second with no chance to run. That bell is quite terrifying. The princess felt fear. Their clan might not be able to muster up a treasure of the same level to oppose it. Yes. Wuxia said flatly, with this bell, one can contest against a heaven punishment weapon. It is strong enough to stop the power of destruction. The princess shuddered after hearing this. A heaven punishment weapon? These were legendary artifacts created by emperors for the final battle with unimaginable might. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare, but now, Li Chia said that this bell was on the same level as one. This was too much to take in. Even though the benevolent spear belonging to Star Stomper was also a heaven punishment weapon, it was only an unfinished one. Immortal Emperor Min Ren felt that it couldn't surpass his true immortal armament, so he stopped refining it and gave it to Star Stomper. If this bell is amazing like this, how come top-level emperors don't come to try and take it? The princess asked. The bell is too strong. Ordinary emperors might not be able to take it, but the ones strong enough don't want to either. Li Chia said, this is a bell of will, created by the offering of many supreme Buddhas. They sacrificed their body and refined their Buddhist Tao to finally create this great bell. They wanted to use their everything in order to protect. Moreover, countless believers offered their flesh and respect towards the Buddhist doctrine in order to create its life. They had hopes of stopping the power of destruction. Unfortunately, back to ashes was the final result. Li Chia gently sighed. The princess shuddered. Such devoutness was quite unbelievable, ending in an amazing artifact. Take a careful look, this bell is full of karma. A truly mighty emperor does not want to be involved in this type of karma because it had the wills of the Buddhists. This was an immense amount of karma during the second of destruction. One would need a lot of time and effort in order to erase this level of karma. They are better off refine a heaven punishment weapon that is more suitable. He pointed out the difference. The princess got the point instantly. This treasure might be amazing, but it wasn't suitable. Only high gods would come here, the high-level emperors refrained from doing so. Let's go. Li Chia withdrew his palm and told her. She looked away and followed after him, not daring to linger for long. This bell was too terrifying, just one ring alone was enough to suppress her. Along the way, she broadened her horizon quite a bit after seeing many incredible spectacles. On Buddha's plain, the princess saw a gigantic Buddha that had shattered on the ground. It looked full of hatred for the heaven while holding an evil subduing staff and pointing it at the sky. All it could do was maintain this pose because some unknown power had penetrated its forehead, leaving a great hole behind. It had lost all Buddhist divinity, but after the long, testing years, its body was still there, seemingly made out of unbreakable steel. Some experts have even tried to move this Buddha, but none could successfully do so despite mustering all of their strength. She had also seen a great temple that was in relatively good form despite some broken locations. This was the place of worship for many sacred monks and numerous devout worshippers. Only their dried corpses were left. Nevertheless, they still emitted a faint and holy light. While looking at the sky, one would find that these monks and 10,000 worshippers were creating a large diagram. They seemed to be praying for something. The princess didn't quite understand this, so Li Chia explained. When the destruction came, these people here were kind and merciful enough, wanting to pray for the existences in this world. This was only wishful thinking. The heaven spares no one, both good and bad, all are ants. How lowly and desperate was this? Begging at the end of their world, yet whatever it was still didn't spare them. Why does the destruction come? She asked. Li Chia smiled and said, would you be here right now without the previous destruction? And our epoch? It isn't that easy to jump out of the river of time, even for an emperor with 12 wills. The princess pondered in silence for a bit before softly speaking, where are we going now? Ganges River. Li Chia said and continued forward. The Ganges? We're heading to the ferry there? She hurried to catch up and asked. Yes. Li Chia said. Everyone who came to this place knew about the ferry of the Ganges. But both the river and the ferry weren't the most famous locations there. It was the Golden Shrine. How well known was it? In Pure, many haven't heard of the Buddhist plain or the Ganges River, but they have heard of the Golden Shrine. There were legends stating that it was full of treasures such as metals and artifacts. In fact, once arrived, if one could bend down, they would be able to pick up a lot of gold. If they could enter the inner rooms, there were many treasures and weapons waiting. In the beginning, the princess thought that it was only a legend. Thus, seeing it in person left her slack-jawed and wide-eyed. The shrine was built by the fairy of the Ganges. In fact, one could already see all kind of colors shooting into the air before even arriving. They were from the treasures. It wasn't that large, only consisting of several shrines forming a half-circle. Who knows what material these shrines were built of, but they were still shimmering with brilliance after many years. Just these buildings alone were extraordinary treasures. Each building had several rooms with the windows opened. Looking inside, one would find that there were many amazing items inside. Due to the sheer amount, they piled up in each room. Some even slipped out of the doors. Thus, there were gold ingots everywhere scattering into large piles across the shrine. There was no room to walk. In fact, these ingots weren't made of mortal gold. They were cast from rare metals just like this epic's chaos stones and could be used as a form of currency. This was the reason why the princess became so shocked after seeing the shrine. She thought people were exaggerating after hearing about it in the past. Now, she had changed her mind. Chapter 1890. The Golden Shrine has always been full of tales and temptation. Numerous people came to Buddhist Plain just to visit the shrine, hoping that they could take away all the treasures here. Jilin Princess' eyes were instantly fixated on the treasures piling in the shrine. She couldn't be blamed for doing so because everyone would feel the same way. There was a hexchromatic Buddhist cup, an evil-slaying Buddhist sword with a murderous glow, an 8-jewel divine lotus filled with the worshipping wills of many beings from the myriad realms. Each treasure was quite tempting. Just taking one out was enough for a lifetime of benefits, rising in status in just one night. The princess struggled to avert her gaze from the treasures. When she looked again, she became less affected by the treasures. Now, she noticed a supreme Buddha sitting in front of each shrine. They closed their eyes in meditation with a wooden fish in front of them. One hand held a hitting stick while the other formed a mudra. These Buddhas were tapping the fish while chanting mantras. However, they were all dead with their body taking the form of statues. Outside of the shrine were many experts. They sat on the ground with both hands situated before their stomach in mudra form with their eyes closed. Upon careful inspection, people would find that these experts were already dead. Moreover, some were even from this generation. What's going on? The princess wondered after seeing the pious death pose of these experts. Greed. Li Chia answered, "This shrine isn't that simple. It is a place for conversion. If you come with greed, don't think about leaving." With that, he raised his finger and shot a ray onto an expert meditating in front of the shrine. This expert had died long ago. It was a peaceful death. Bang! The cultivator instantly turned to a golden powder, scattering into the sky. It wasn't Li Chia destroying him. His physical form was already gone despite maintaining the posture. The princess was stunned to see the scattering remains. Someone else wants to die. Li Chia chuckled after seeing more visitors before the shrine. There were already many people waiting before they got here, even some high gods in the crowd. Everyone came for the treasures here, but a successful attempt has never been recorded before. I don't believe that it's impossible. A cultivator dressed in a purple devil robe shouted. This was an expert from the heaven race. He had the unique mark of that race on his forehead with a glittering glow. It meant that he was quite powerful. He couldn't stay calm after seeing the countless treasures and stepped into the shrine. Buzz. His robe emitted waves of evil lights around him just like protecting rings. This was an incredible treasure, so he felt quite safe with it on. Nothing happened to him after entering the shrine. That's all? Nothing can touch me when I have this devil robe on. The expert gloated at the inactivity. Fool. The big shots who have been here before sneered. All of these treasures are mine. The expert became ecstatic and rushed for one of the rooms. In this blink of an eye, his body froze up with his actions seemingly slowing down, as if isolated from this physical realm. No! The expert screamed, one with indignation and despair. His body trembled next. With a buzzing noise, clear and blinding rays of light oozed out of his body. They looked like the essences of all things. He's done for. An experienced master commented, his karma has been taken away, no different from death. The clear rays were instantly absorbed by the shrine and appeasing it. This expert suddenly became very calm and respectful. He sat down on the ground and formed a mudra before closing his eyes. This was a silent death. That's really scary. The first-timers were shuddering. There was no competition or destruction. An expert had gone down without a fight, as if an invisible hand had reaped him of his life. What happened? The princess didn't see it clearly either. This was an epoch that cares about karmic ties and cycles. Greed is a personal choice, the cause, while death via a form of Buddhist conversion is the effect. Look at that river ahead. Li Qie said while pointing at the river. It was flowing quietly, as if crossing through an eternity itself from an old epoch till now in a never-changing manner. There was no visible shore on the other side. It was a faint image of a Buddhist kingdom, a holy ground of eternal life. Crossing the Ganges leads to eternal life, escaping from the reincarnation cycle. She thought about a popular adage. That is a phrase from the old epoch, no longer applied in our own. Li Qie chuckled. In that old epoch, if one wanted to convert themselves, they would need to throw all karmas and everything else away. Cross this river towards salvation, leaving behind pain for perpetual happiness, and become a Buddha with everlasting life. He then glanced back at the shrine. That's why the shrine exists. In order to become saved, people needed to let go of their previous karma and connections. Treasures and wealth must be thrown away here. Only by letting go of materialism would one be able to reach the other shore. The princess finally understood why there were piles of treasures at the shrine. So those who wanted to cross the river threw them away back then. This was abandoning extreme karmic ties, so if anyone wants to obtain the rare treasures here, they need to be strong enough to sever the existing ties. Li Qie said. She realized why the ones who came in for the treasures would die now. Li Qie got closer to the ferry to stare at the other shore. Everyone was focused on the shrine because of the treasures. Only a few were judging the river itself. For many, reaching salvation was unrealistic, while the treasures over yonder were real and tangible. The princess stared at the quiet current, then the other shore, but she couldn't see through it despite using her heavenly gaze. Is this river really that magical? Rumor says it can even grant rebirth. The princess asked. That's another distant thing not belonging to our epoch. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The river wasn't like this back in its own epoch. According to the ancient text, this used to be a temporal crossing river, not a physical one with water. All the faith of an epoch gathered here, so it continued to flow within its epoch. If you were born in that era, then bathing in this water can wash away your fatigue and wounds while satisfying you of all physical appetites. Of course, this is predicated on having a devout Tao heart. He paused and sighed. It is a river grasping a holy power. Alas, it still couldn't protect this world. However, the fact that the Buddhist plane is still around from this old epoch, to a large extent, is because of this river. Chapter 1891. The princess pondered after hearing Li Qie's explanation of the river. She wondered about the epoch with Buddhism as the focus. Just how magical was it? Do we want to cross? She asked after returning from rumination. Li Qie gently nodded. Yes, I shall give you a fortune, and there is no better one than crossing this river in the Buddhist plane. But as for what you can get out of it, that's up to you. It's possible? She said. Rumor has it that there had been emperors who got lost in this river, never returning. Li Qie agreed. That's right. Too many have lost their way in this river, including emperors and top high gods. Forcing the issue is very difficult. This is a very long river of time. One would die from old age before reaching its source. Only a crossing vessel would be able to do it in our time. Why would these emperors be lost since their Tao heart is so firm? The princess found this quite astonishing. Not to mention their power, those who could become emperor were all determined. Try once, you'll see right away. Li Qie smiled. Well, her expression instantly changed, not out of cowardice but just being realistic. Even emperors have lost themselves here, she couldn't compare to them at all. It's all right under my protection. Just try, this might be beneficial to your future fortune. Just take a step, I'll pull you back when necessary. Li Qie added. She heaved a sigh of relief and composed herself by the shore before solemnly declaring, I'm ready. Go. Li Qie's voice came from behind. He gave her a nudge forward and she stepped into the river. The moment she made contact, she instantly disappeared. The scene before her changed. The Ganges River was no longer there, replaced by a large city with an indescribable aura. This aura had a calming effect. The princess wasn't nervous at all and was still in charge of her senses. It was a cacophony of noise with people walking about in this prosperous place. She watched people came and went. They wore a style that she had never seen before. There was all kind of races, some of which were new to her as well, same with their languages. The people here also took several glances at her. She found them strange and different so naturally, they found her new as well. Despite her unfitting appearance, the ones here didn't crowd her. On the contrary, they nodded and gave her a friendly smile. She felt that this was an illusion, so she greeted someone next to her, holding their hands tightly. There was a warm and real sensation as if she was actually here in this new world. Her mind was still lucid enough to tell her that this wasn't the case. She continued walking across the city to understand its culture. She found that this was a place ruled by Buddhism. Many mortals aspired to become a Buddha. As time passed, she grew to understand this world even more after traveling to many cities and witnessing the lands. She found herself loving this world due to its serene nature and inadvertently found herself assimilating with it. In the beginning, she was very clear of her situation, but as her fondness for this world intensified, she no longer cared where she came from. Despite knowing that she wasn't part of this world, she still wanted to be a part of it. During her stay, she felt a call from the depths summoning her, telling her to return. At this juncture, it was beyond her control and she instinctively followed in that direction. When she came to the right place, the scenery suddenly changed. Everything disappeared and the quiet Ganges River returned. She was petrified with fear, with sweat dripping down her body at the realization that she had lost herself in that world. If it wasn't for Li Qie pulling her back at the last second, she would eventually reach a state where she wouldn't obey the summoning. It took a while before she calmed down and said, "How long have I been away?" "Only the blink of an eye." Li Qie chuckled. "I saw one corner of a world." She took a deep breath and said, "No, you only saw a single grain of sand in the Ganges River, a very short time in an epoch. For example, our own epoch had countless generations and emperors while you were only there for several days, an insignificant amount of time." Li Qie said. The princess became even more frightened. If her time there was so short yet she was already lost, there was no chance for her ever returning without Li Qie's help. She got a better picture of why even emperors have lost themselves in the Ganges River. It was the same as waiting out an entire epoch. She said in a daze, "I don't think anyone can last that long, it's practically unheard of. As long as you have eternal life and an immovable Tao heart, you can surpass an epoch in that manner." Li Qie said with a smile. There is someone capable of that in this world? She didn't doubt the Tao heart of the emperors, but they weren't immortal. Trying to experience an entire epoch would undoubtedly end in death from old age. Someone once did it, entering the Ganges River and walked through the myriad ages, experiencing all the corners of that epoch before reaching the other shore to see a legend. Li Qie looked at the water and revealed. An emperor with 12 wills, right? Is it Purewood Divine Emperor? The princess blurted out the name of the legendary emperor. But she quickly changed her mind after noticing his faint smile and his gaze towards the river. "It was you, young noble." Li Chia maintained his smile, not answering. She was completely astounded. She knew that Li Chia was a supreme overlord, but now, she had a clearer look at his unfathomable self. She was lost in that epoch in such a short period, but he had experienced it in whole. What kind of monster was this? An existence capable of walking through the river of time. It was virtually the same as escape the limit of death. He was definitely not inferior to any emperor with 12 wills. A crossing vessel is here. Let's go to the other shore. This isn't the same one in the past, but if it is meant to be, a fortune is waiting for us. Li Chia looked up and said. The princess also looked over and saw a tiny boat appearing on the river. It was going at a normal pace, neither fast or slow. It could accommodate around 5 people and was completely black, made from an unknown type of wood. The rower was a monk. When the boat got closer, everyone would notice that the monk was already dead. Despite the pale complexion and hollow eyes, he was still agile as if he was alive. Chapter 1892, The crossing vessel is here. Someone shouted after seeing the boat. Many experts in front of the golden shrine circled around for a look. Even the ones that couldn't come closer all quickly glanced over. Is someone boarding? A guy had to ask. What happens if we go up there? Maybe we can get to the other shore. A young expert wanted to try. Go up there, my ass. His senior immediately slapped the back of his head to wake him up. Back then, your ancestor was a top high god with 3 totems. He came on that boat and never returned. After stating this, the senior had a sad expression. The first-timers here shuddered at this story. Even a high god with 7 totems couldn't come back. Does this boat really go to the other shore? The young expert asked again. His senior shook his head in response. Who knows? Legend tells that no one has ever returned after boarding, as if they have disappeared from thin air. There's no lack of famous characters boarding, but yeah, no success. At least not to my knowledge. The spectators here for the fun became afraid. Some were tempted earlier for a shot, but this warning was like pouring a basin of cold water over their head. Reaching the other shores, freed of karma, to obtain the auspicious fruit and eternal life. I wonder if this is true. An old expert was still tempted while looking at the boat, but he managed to restrain himself. High gods being unable to come back were the best cautionary sign. The crowd had no choice but to let go of this thought. Even though eternal life was quite tempting, the lack of success deterred everyone. Those stronger than them have tried and failed, so they didn't dare to take the risk. The crowd became quite curious about the rowing corpse. It had no expression, only a corpse without emotions. Nevertheless, none tried to do anything to provoke it because everything that had to do with Buddhism here had some karmic ties. There was no escaping once being involved. Board it. Li Chia checked out the time and found that it was right. He told the princess before boarding himself. The princess followed him without any hesitation. She had boundless confidence in Li Chia and was fearless as long as he was near. Fiercest and Jilin princess are boarding. The scene became crowd as many eyes darted towards them. This fiercest is unreal, actually daring to go. Is there something he is afraid of? An expert was startled to see this. Amidst the astonished crowd, the corpse rower slowly moved the boat and left without waiting for anyone. This has always been the case for the crossing vessels. It would appear at certain intervals by the ferry and stop for a brief period. Next, it didn't matter whether there were passengers or not, it would leave at the right time. Legend has it that it had never stopped this particular schedule. No one knew where it came from and where it was going. Though some so-called invincible characters, the strongest of their era, had boarded, none ever made it back. Because of this, the crossing vessel became synonymous with death. Later on, fewer people were willing to give it a shot. Everyone watched as the duo slowly disappeared along the river. Fiercest is no more from now on. Death is certain after boarding that boat, even top high gods can't return, let alone him. A heavener snorted. This race had a certain hatred for Wuxia since recently, he had killed many heaveners. What a shame about the princess. A young expert added with regrets, she's top 2 in terms of beauty and talents in Pure and will be the inheritor of the Jilin legacy. Even if she doesn't want to become an emperor, she'll certainly become an amazing high god. Looks like she'll be going down with fiercest. He sighed disappointingly, seeming a bit lonely. Damn this fiercest. It's one thing if he wants to die, why is he dragging her down with him? He must have used some magic to charm her. Her young admirers felt nothing but hatred for Wuxia. This fiercest guy is really bizarre though. Such a weak cultivation, but he's unbeatable. I hope he can create a miracle. For millions of years now, no one had ever returned alive. Everyone has given up hope on these crossing vessels. If he can return, it'll bring hope to future generations. Perhaps the other shore can grant salvation. Despite the skeptical majority, a few old big shots wanted a miracle. If this was possible, then the future became quite bright. Perhaps the other shore truly existed along with eternal life. The Ganges was still flowing quietly while the two were on top of the vessel. The princess looked back and could no longer see the ferry. She turned towards the other side and could only see a faint mess. Her attention shifted towards the dead monk. It was still the same without any expression while rowing the boat. In this split second, she felt as if they were no longer within the old spatio-temporal sphere in Pure, not even in the same epoch. This vessel has taken them out of all the karmic ties in the world as they moved slowly on this mysterious river of time. Perhaps Wuxia was right. The Ganges was no river. It was created from the boundless faith of an epoch and continued to flow even though the epoch no longer existed. Anyone would be afraid in this scenario. The princess was no exception. She felt as if there was no returning until she looked over at Wuxia's calm expression. Her mind found peace and all traces of fear went away. Where is the vessel taking us? The other shore? She asked softly. Wuxia gently shook his head. It's no longer that epoch, so the old other shore doesn't exist. That place has become a land of death, the vessel's destination. The place where no one had ever returned from. Her heart skipped a beat. That's right. Wuxia chuckled, even top high gods can't return alive, but we're not going there. The princess was surprised because of the contradiction. The vessel wanted to take them to the land of death, but they weren't going there. Wuxia wasn't elaborating and sat there with his eyes closed. She copied his appearance and sat quietly as well. After enough time, Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The land of death is before us." The princess immediately opened her eyes for a look as well. She nearly jumped from fright because she saw many black holes at the end of the river. These black holes piled on top of each other, from one into another, like an endless chain. The more terrifying part was that these black holes were rotating towards different directions as if they were leading to different worlds. Chapter 1893. The black holes were all devouring abysses. Existences, time, and karmic ties were all swallowed. As these black holes were rotating towards different places, they looked like many beasts opening their jaw. Anything entering would be crushed to pieces. But the river was still able to flow through these black holes, completely unaffected. The princess shuddered while staring at these black holes. She became frozen and felt her soul leaving the body, being sucked out by the black holes. She was completely helpless against this power, unable to lift a single finger. Her Tao heart couldn't protect her soul either. She could see her body standing there and became horrified, feeling that it was over. But suddenly, a warm current touched her soul and pulled her back into her body. After returning, she nearly fell over, but Wuxia quickly caught her. "Don't look at them, your Tao heart right now can't resist its power," Wuxia said. The princess didn't hear what he was saying at all and simply fell into his embrace. His muscular chest gave her a safe and peaceful feeling regardless of the incoming storm. A unique, masculine scent lingered at the tip of her nose. It was the most pleasant smell in the world, like a calming panacea. She couldn't help but come closer, feeling the sweetness in her heart as if she was up in the clouds. The perilous nature of this place became insignificant. Li Qie didn't have time to look at the beauty burying her head in his chest. His eyes were serious as a supreme will came out, one thought to become a Buddha. Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie exuded an endless light. His clothes were shimmering with a Buddhist affinity, looking just like a Buddhist treasure. It turned out to be an ancient Kasaya, capable of engulfing a world and turning it into a Buddhist kingdom. More shockingly, a Buddhist disc appeared behind him. It rotated, each revolution was the rise and fall of an epoch or the moving 3,000 worlds. It didn't matter how time passed, the change in karma and the derivation of the Tao, he would be able to cross it all. At this time, he was Buddha and Buddha was him. His one thought could create myriad Buddhist kingdoms and save trillions of existences. Another could calm all the chaos in the world. The princess looked up and saw the boundless Buddhist light. If she wasn't in his embrace, she would already be kneeling on the ground to worship him, even going as far as kissing his feet. He chanted a Buddhist mantra that eventually turned into a ray. The ray flew into the rowing monk's forehead and enlightened him. Amitabha. The corpse actually chanted as well and placed his palms together. In the blink of an eye, the ray in his forehead exploded and spread across his entire body. He exuded a Buddhist brilliance as if coming back to life as an enlightened monk. He was still a corpse, but he had boundless Buddhist affinity right now. This aura seemed to be granting him a new form of life. Bang! The crossing vessel was heading for the black holes, but the rower instantly turned the boat to the right. He still didn't have any emotion and expression, just rowing the boat the same way as before, but it still changed direction. Keep in mind that this was virtually impossible. The passengers could only go where the boat take them, but a miracle had happened. The rower was now taking the duo away from the black holes to the princess' astonishment. The boat got farther away from the black holes before they were nowhere in sight. Despite the change in direction, the boat was still on the quiet Ganges. It seemed to be omnipresent, always staying in sight. Li Qie had dispersed his Buddhist light and recalled his will to reveal his true form again as an ordinary man. However, the rower still had the same Buddhist affinity because Li Qie had left it there. Such an affinity wouldn't go away for a long time. The princess was still in a daze. She wouldn't believe it if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Is it that comfortable? Li Qie's leisure voice rang by her ear. She became startled and realized her embarrassing position, hugging him so tightly with no intention of letting go. She instantly blushed and let go of both hands, feeling a heat wave channeling through her entire body. An indescribable emotion filled her. Nevertheless, she found it to be a joyous feeling, a sweet one that permeated her heart. She stole a glance and found him to be completely natural and at ease. This calmed her quite a bit. She eventually asked, "What was that earlier?" "One thought to become a Buddha," Li Qie leisurely said. His nonchalant answer left her astonished. She continued, "Just a single thought is capable of that? Some people cultivated tens of thousand years and couldn't become a Buddha. Such a feat was simply legendary. That depends on the person." Li Qie chuckled. "As long as you have a firm Tao heart, everything is possible with a single thought, such as becoming a devil or a Buddha. It has nothing to do with your pre-existing luck or cultivation, only the Tao heart. It rules everything about who you are. You aren't a Buddha just because you cultivate a Buddhist scripture and not a devil because you cultivate an evil art." The princess pondered quietly after hearing this. A transformation relying solely on the Tao heart and not cultivation? How frightening would such a Tao heart be? Where are we going now? She calmed down and saw a faint scene ahead, unable to make anything out of it. A particular place from the epoch that has truly survived the destruction. Li Qie said softly. The two became quiet and began to rest, leaving the vessel to do its job. As long as Li Qie was around, the princess didn't care about the destination. "We're here." After a long while, his voice sounded, so she opened her eyes. She saw that the boat was already anchored by the shore. Meanwhile, the rowing monk was prostrating flat on the ground while bowing a head. It became motionless just like a statue afterward. Chapter 1894. Li Qie got on shore first and the princess quickly followed. She became astonished again right away. There was another stone stairway leading up a peak. From the base, one could see the curved rooftop of a shrine. Along the stairway were trees everywhere, including Bodhi, Vajra, and Arhat trees. Such a scene was too ordinary and pure. This mountain wasn't that big and sacred. Even the stairway was normal-looking, consisting of regular rocks with weeds growing from the cracks. Yes, this scene was all too common. However, it was a different story in exploration grounds. The princess couldn't believe her eyes due to all the green trees. This was the first time she saw living plants in exploration grounds. Even though Buddhist Plain was full of yellow grasses, they weren't true lush vegetation unlike this place here. Keep in mind that these were ruins of ancient epochs and had been crushed by a destructive power before. It was hard to see life. Alas, the trees here were no different from the ones in Pure. If not for knowing her current location already, she would mistake herself for being in a peak in Pure. This place didn't have the impure chaos energies either. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes at this spectacle. No need for that. Li Qie said flatly, what you are seeing is real. It's so precious, the destruction wasn't thorough enough. She became shocked after the confirmation. Buddhist Plain was already destroyed, no longer part of the current temporal sphere. It was a land of death outside of this lush location. What kind of power had managed to protect it? The princess quickly gave chase since Li Qie was already climbing the steps. Meanwhile, the rowing monk was still lying on the ground, not daring to follow Li Qie. It didn't take long before the two made it to the top. Despite its mediocre height, the mountain seemed so close to the sky. One could reach out and touch the stars in this place. It was mystical, seemingly not part of the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Li Qie had entered the old shrine with the princess behind him. There weren't that many items inside, only 8 Buddhist statues in meditation. Upon careful inspection, one would find that these were the bodies of supreme Buddhas, not statues. Their bodies were perfectly preserved. There was no frightening divinity or boundless Buddhist affinity. They were dried up and dark, not as hard as steel, and looked quite relaxed like the body of a dying old man. After seeing these normal bodies, the princess uncontrollably dropped to the ground with great reverence. She didn't wish to do so, but it was an instinctive submission. She had no way of opposing it, and more importantly, she didn't wish to do so either. Her respect came from the heart. There was no invincible power suppressing her, but she simply wanted to prostrate. Meanwhile, Li Qie stood there calmly and gazed at the 8 bodies without saying anything. It seemed that time had stopped at this moment. He was going back in time through the epochs for a chat. An unknown amount of time passed by. She eventually regained her wits and finally stood up. Once again, no power was pushing her down to the ground. What is this power? She asked Li Qie while staring respectfully at the bodies. No, it is not a type of power. Li Qie shook his head. You should be happy right now. Back in that epoch, this would be the greatest of fortune, to be able to prostrate before the 8 golden Buddhas. Only brilliant prodigies who are masters of Buddhism would be qualified to do so, the best ones in an era. This is a fateful encounter. It looks like as you took a step forward in the Ganges earlier, you have sowed a karmic fruit. The princess was surprised. When she was in that other world, she did feel something calling her. So it was the fateful connection with Buddhism. In that epoch, these 8 Buddhas are apex existences. Only the ones that have experienced endless pain and suffering would be able to see them. Back then, even if you have crossed the Ganges, that might not necessarily be enough to see them. Without your fateful connection, you wouldn't be standing here right now to prostrate before them, despite my interference. This is an amazing fortune. Li Qie stared at the shocked princess and explained. The princess finally realized what was going on behind the scene after hearing this. She took a deep breath before carefully looking at the holy bodies. She noticed that all 8 were sitting down, meaning that they had the same status. However, there were 9 spots but only 8 bodies. There are 9 spots. Are there 9 or 8 Buddhas? She asked. Yes, there are indeed 9 golden Buddhas in that epoch. However, this place only has 8, so one spot is empty. Li Qie said while glancing at the empty seat. Where is this Buddha's body then? Don't tell me someone else took it away. She looked at him and asked. She was certain he had been here before, so he was the most likely culprit. Don't look at me like that, I didn't take it away. Li Qie chuckled, he himself left. Plus, it's not like I can just take these bodies away. They have fused into one with their world. Taking them away is the same as taking the entire Buddhist plane. He left. So a sacred Buddha came back to life? The shaken princess blurted out. If an old epoch's existence had come into being again from rebirth and could leave exploration grounds, it would be quite frightening due to its unprecedented nature. You're overthinking it. Li Qie smiled and said, he wasn't here from the very beginning. When their epoch was about to be destroyed, the 9 golden Buddhas deliberated. They wanted to use the power of their epoch to stop it, so they fused their Buddhist affinity with their world. At that point, numerous devout believers did the same thing, using their faith to stop the power of destruction. However, one Buddha among them had a different view. Why is that? She became curious. He looked at her and took his time elaborating. The specks of sand in the Ganges are endless, but ultimately, they are still only sand. Using them to build towering pavilions is still only piling sand together, won't amount to anything. The princess didn't dare to comment since she wasn't at the right level. Only a talent standing at the apex could truly analyze the statement. The 9th Buddha preferred offense over defense. He wanted to use the faith of his epoch to create a new Buddha with full offensive potential. Just defending against the destructive power alone was impossible. Only by turning themselves into a weapon to sever the great karma and destruction would allow their epoch to survive. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, the other 8 didn't agree with his view. Because of this last Buddha left during the moment of destruction while the rest continued with their plan, fusing with their world and using its full power to stop the destruction. Chapter 1895. Li Qie couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, this method still failed, unable to protect their epoch. This brilliant age couldn't escape its demise. In all of its vastness, only this Buddhist plane is left. The power of an entire epoch couldn't stop the destruction. The princess was shaken. She couldn't possibly fathom the power of destruction that could put down an epoch. It's not about the quantity. Li Qie looked at her and said, at a certain level, it's not about how many you have since it won't be a clear addition of power. This was an epoch that cared about karma. Since they gathered all the power of an epoch, they also gathered all of its karma from all of the inhabitants. Thus, it's not a clear power addition, there's no way to get through all the karmic ties that easily, weakening the accumulation process. Thus, though they had as many people as the sands in Ganges, that's all they came out to be, a river of sands. At best, they would only be able to build a pagoda of sands. With that, he looked at the 4 Buddhas ahead. The quiet princess wondered, what about the golden Buddha that left? Is he dead? No, he left and managed to escape the destruction of an epoch. Li Qie revealed, but so what if he managed to survive? His origin has turned to ashes, no longer belonging to any epoch. The world does not allow for him to appear again, so he could only hide. The moment he comes out, he'll have to face multiple shackles and potentially annihilation. Someone has actually survived the end of an epoch. The princess was shocked at this revelation. Where is this Buddha hiding? Li Qie only chuckled and didn't answer her. She didn't dare to push the issue either. After a long time, he eventually pointed to the left and right. On the left and right walls of this shrine are different profound gates towards the Tao. It's up to the person to see what they get beyond. You only have one chance, pick one, which? The princess looked at the left then the right. The two sides were virtually identical, made from green bricks. What's the difference? She had no choice but to ask Li Qie for help. The left one is the path of karma while the right contains the magic of Buddhism. Which will you pick? Li Qie chuckled and said. She was slightly surprised because she hasn't been exposed to either one before. Then the right. She didn't know which to pick, but she was closer to the right wall, so she picked the path of Buddhism. Go, your fortune is in your hands now. Li Qie replied. The princess got up to the wall and looked at the green bricks. She was completely lost and had to ask for help again. How do I see the magic of Buddhism? There was nothing else on the wall, no merit law or any drawing. Place your palms on the wall and free your mind of unnecessary thoughts, then go with the flow. Be aware of your true heart, then you can enter. Li Qie said. The princess took a deep breath and composed herself before placing both palms on the wall. It was completely quiet at this moment outside of her orderly breathing. As seconds passed by, the wall suddenly became transparent before slowly disappearing. Next, the space around it rippled, like a rock thrown into a calm river. She disappeared right after. The wall emerged again, just like before, as if the princess was never here. Li Qie smiled after seeing this and walked past the 8 golden Buddhas. He stood before the back wall of the shrine and also placed both palms on it. After a while, space fluctuated and he disappeared as well. He showed up again under another vast expanse full of stars. The tiny starry lights beautified this area, despite being quite dimmed. He sat there in the meditative pose with both eyes closed, seemingly asleep. This was a zone where time didn't seem to flow at all. Eventually, a figure appeared not far from him. It looked like a little dragon coiling as well as a little kitty with shaggy fur. It had a pair of big blue eyes, quite a cute-looking creature. You have finally appeared. Li Qie smiled and said. Who are you? A divine intent answered him instead of a voice. This dragon cat creature suddenly appeared in another position. I'm only a passerby across the river of time. Li Qie chuckled. Poof. The creature flashed into existence at another location again. This isn't your first time here. What is your purpose? The voice wasn't old but definitely ancient, as if it was coming from a distant epoch. You are only a strand of Buddhist intent originating from the source to here. You think I got something to ask of you? I know virtually everything I want to know, such as your epoch and origin, or the great karma of your 9 golden Buddhas. If you know already, then why come here again? The creature kept on teleporting randomly with poofing noises. No, there is still one more thing. Li Qie said flatly. I know virtually all the epochs except for one particular world. What world? The creature asked. A world that doesn't exist. If I am not mistaken, one of your 9 Buddhas knew about it, or he had tried something at least. Li Qie smiled. A world that doesn't exist? No such thing then. The dragon appeared next to Li Qie this time. It stared at him with its blue eyes, seeming wanting to see through him. Others might not know, but don't forget, I am someone who had experienced your epoch after crossing the Ganges. The non-existent world exists. I need it to reach the heaven. Li Qie slowly said. I'm afraid I can't tell you since they do not exist. The creature replied. Li Qie retorted, is that so? Your 9 Buddhas never tried to research it before as a method to avoid the destruction? I'm sure when all of you became aware that there was no escaping, you all tried to come up with a method to send a seed of your epoch to a safe location, one that the villainous heaven can't reach. I'm sure that not just you Buddhas but other supreme overlords of your epoch looked for it too. That world certainly exists. The creature stood face to face with him and said, surely there are reasons for its non-existence. Even if it is around, it won't allow anyone to enter, because it doesn't exist. Li Qie chuckled, no need to play around with me. Your Buddhas have figured out how to enter and even how to leave. I want to know the details. So, you wish to go there? The creature stared intensely at him. He met its gaze with ease and said, I must go there to fulfill my wish. I can't help you then, it is outside of my knowledge. The creature shook its head. If necessary, I don't mind walking through the Ganges again or even flip it over. When I do so, Buddhist plain will become ashes. At that point, the Buddhist epic and the 9 golden Buddhas will cease to exist. No trace will be left, forever erased from the river of time. Li Qie declared. Chapter 1896, Your threat is useless. The teleporting creature responded. I'm not threatening you, since if I wanted to do so, I would have done it the last time I was here. I'm just telling you right now, since this is my last visit to Buddhist Plain, no need to do so anymore. Thus, I need the answer or I will make it truly disappear from history. I also want to tell you. The creature shook its head. Unfortunately, we also don't know the answer since we didn't actually participate. All I can do is apologize, we won't be able to help. Li Qie raised his brow and said, So, you are saying that the one who found this world isn't your group but rather the golden Buddha that left? Yes. The creature said, We only researched the way to face the disaster back then, but he had his own ideas. He believed that our method was useless, so he tried to look for other ways, including the non-existent world. I see. Li Qie replied, no wonder why he was able to escape during the destruction of an epoch. Unfortunately, he still couldn't let go of everything, unable to quell his desire. No one can, not even a Buddha, after the long years. The creature said, It is also the same for you, someone who wants to participate in the final battle. Perhaps you are like him, finding a way to help your epoch survive with the non-existent world. No, I am not a compassionate person. I am trying to find it for my own sake, not for the rest of the world. Li Qie shook his head with a smile and added, You all do not have what I'm searching for, it is time for me to leave. You may leave with an item. The creature spread its palm, revealing a seed on its furry paw. When this seed appeared, a Buddhist light illuminated the entire place. It seemed to be gestating 3,000 worlds with a majestic life force. Trillions of existences could be born from it. Once it grew up, it would be able to open a new world. If this seed germinates, it will be a brilliant era. The creature said, No one else but you will be able to plant it. You have experienced our epoch and learned the Tao here, so you can also shoulder an entirely new epoch, opening an unprecedented path. You should keep something that amazing then. Li Qie smiled, I'm not a naive kid who salivates at the first sight of treasure. This karmic fruit is indeed amazing, gestated by an epoch. Unfortunately, it also carries the karma of an epoch. Even if it could bring about an amazing yield, its karma is also frightening. Severing this karma to start a new age is quite problematic, so go ahead and keep it, let the faithful have it instead. He stood up after saying this. Outside of this seed, perhaps we could give you even more. The creature said, As long as you plant this seed outside, you'll get more from our world. You're an exceptional person, you should know that there is no escaping the destruction. Don't you know what you should do during that period? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. He sat down again, trying to persuade me. In terms of treasures, to be frank, I'm not interested in any of them. There are countless in the world, why would I need to be involved in your karma? He paused and continued, As for the destruction of the world, I have also researched enough epochs, not just yours. That's why I know exactly what will happen and the consequences. You are a sage with vast knowledge and should know how to save the world. Even though we have failed, we have experienced that power and know it quite well. We can teach it to you. The creature said. No, you are mistaken again. I'm no world savior, thinking about how to save everyone. If you are thinking about teaching me about those things, you're talking to the wrong person. Li Qie smiled. If you won't try to save the world, will you hide in the darkness then? The creature asked. Li Qie shook his head, those aren't the only two options. Saving the world has nothing to do with me, I will simply cut down everyone in my path. What below my feet will be a new age, so why bother saving anything else? Your plan was flawed from the start, thinking about saving the world during the destruction instead of taking down the inevitableness. The high heaven does not have sympathy, no one else does. Doing so will only be burying an opportunity. You might be able to save one era, but what about the rest? Only by severing the Tao would the world be able to exist forever, but of course, this brings up another problem afterward, a real test for your Tao hearts. The reason for a lack of a true savior is because everything is up to the heart of people. In all honesty, both darkness and destruction are due to the nature of beings. Even if you are able to save your world, you won't be able to change the heart of all. The creature was silent. At their level, they were able to see through this clearly. Nevertheless, they still had their own stance about it. In your epoch, the Buddhist light illuminated everything with mercy, but it still wasn't enough. Li Qie chuckled, everyone knows that saving the world can't be done in just one day. The villainous heaven knows this too. Everything is just a cycle, it's not about you or me or even the heaven. It's all in the heart of people. If you don't want to save the world, why do you try so hard without giving up? With your current makings, it is more than enough to run far away. Why fight to the end? The creature said slowly. I want an answer, thus, I must fight the final battle. Li Qie chuckled. The creature said, no one can answer your question, but perhaps you know this already in your heart, that even the final battle might not give you an answer. No problem, even if I have an answer already, I'll still seek another one. If they won't give me one, then I'll beat them until I get one. Li Qie said with a smile. Then what happens after? The creature asked. After success, like you have said earlier, the world will be beneath your feet. Why would you not save it then? Like I said, the real world is in everyone's heart. Saving or not saving it is up to everyone else. Let the heaven and earth be the judge. This particular phrase isn't just a legend, imperceptible it might be, but it has always been there. Li Qie smiled mysteriously. Because of this, when people look up at the sky with the descending destruction, they should touch their chest and have a moment of reflection. This intangible judge will always be there, even across the cycles and world destructions. With that, Li Qie continued, your seed is a Buddhist one to enlighten and save the beings. But if there is no evil, what is there to be enlightened about? You all have done it for many generations but couldn't be completely thorough. Is it because you lack the necessary amount of compassion, or is there just too much evil in the world? Or perhaps there is no good or evil in the first place and no need for you to enlighten anyone. The creature didn't respond. Because of this, my path will be different from all the other epochs. It doesn't matter if I become a Buddha, a devil, a god, or an immortal. I will only plant the judgment of the heaven and earth in this epoch. In the future, the people's heart will determine the state of the world. As long as the fair judgment is there when I make it to the final battle, I will have accomplished what needs to be done. Everyone has a responsibility for their world since youth. That's why no savior will save them, since such salvation is only ephemeral in nature. But with enough solidarity, they just might be able to do something about it instead of doing something self-indulging like waiting for a savior. Li Qie's expression became solemn. He never talked about this with others, but the being before him was at the level to truly have a real discussion. Others were only looking at the moon in the water or the reflection of the flower in the mist. The judgment of the heaven and earth. The creature murmured. That's why I'm not a savior, neither are you. Li Qie chuckled. You planted Buddhism, but it didn't permeate straight to everyone's heart. Otherwise, you might have had a chance. As for the other golden Buddha, even if he could return again, so what? Even if he could participate in the final battle? So what? All futile in the end. Chapter 1897. After a long time, the dragon cat brought its fuzzy palm in front of Li Qie and said, we couldn't bring Buddhism to everyone, but this is a chance right now. We won't ask you to plant it then, only hoping for you to find him and give it to him. I'm sure he will tell you what you want to know. The person the dragon cat was referring to was naturally the surviving golden Buddha, the only one who survived from the epoch. That I can help you with. Li Qie nodded and accepted the seed. The Grand Tao is difficult, same with the myriad ages. We'll see if you can persevere. Please don't fall into the darkness like the rest of the wise sages. The dragon cat placed his palms together and bowed towards him. One can only say that their Tao heart wasn't firm enough. Li Qie calmly said, it was strong enough for them to reach invincibility and opened an unprecedented path for them, but not enough to save them from themselves. Without a firm Tao heart, them having more power will only cause trouble to the ages. So many living beings, but how many actually end from starting? Everything starts and ends with greed. The dragon cat sighed sentimentally. You mean others have come here already? Li Qie noticed something and asked, looks like your Buddhist plane is still quite popular and precious. I'm only a lingering intent, not precious at all. Just have a few items that they desire, that's all. The creature said. That's true. Li Qie smiled, crossing the river of time to see the accumulation of faith. So many desires immortality and believes the popular adage of reaching the other shore and obtain the auspicious fruit of the living. But they think they are worthy? The smile turned into a snort of derision at the end. The auspicious karmic fruit is no longer around, so no immortality. But those with greed in their heart hope for such a thing. The creature responded. Even if your other shore and karmic fruit were still around, if they want it, they must ask me for permission first. Hiding inside the river of time was one thing, but they want immortality too. One day, I'll flatten them all. Li Qie was usually calm, but his words carried great fanfare this time around. You can't hide your compassion for the other beings or you wouldn't care about this. The creature smiled. No, not for living beings. They simply want to stand in my way, so I will show no mercy, not caring or showing respect for their history. Li Qie smiled and said. I'm sure you can do it. The creature said, the end of the world is far away. Take your time, be prudent. Perhaps the destruction and new cycle won't come in the future, the real answer is in the heart. Take care. Li Qie nodded and turned to leave. After returning to the old shrine, he sighed while looking at the 8 golden Buddhas. Death was the final outcome for these apex existences of an epoch. How many actually remembered them now? He smiled, mocking himself and said, Savior, that has never been my thing. Only death and massacre. If there must be a new world, let it be born from blood. Alas, the dragon cat was right. There was still a long way to go before reaching the end of the world. Buzz. Next, the wall of the shrine lit up with the fluctuation of space. The princess was pushed out. Young noble. She revealed a kingdom-topping smile after seeing him. Not a bad fortune, this is a grand creation. He looked at her and nodded. It is all thanks to your guidance. I wouldn't have this without you. She happily bowed towards him. She did obtain an amazing fortune this time, increasing her enlightenment by quite a bit and allowing her to take a unique path. He nodded and accepted her grand gesture. Meanwhile, the golden shrine was still as lively before. There were even more cultivators in front of it. However, they weren't here to get the treasures, only to watch the fun. In fact, many have given up about these treasures because quite a few have tried already without success. Even some high gods have died here. Even though the treasures were tempting, life was even more precious. There was no room to get into the shrine right now. All the spectators were crowding together for the fun show. The stars were no one else but Jean Gu and Qin Bailey. Only characters like them would cause such a commotion. At this time, there was a table on top of piles of gold. On one side was Qin Bailey and the other, Jean Gu. Their appearance together here attracted all the spectators. They were both famous as supreme geniuses in pure. Even though Qin Bailey had lost before, this didn't diminish his fame. As for Jean Gu, he was someone who was about to become a grand emperor. Thus, he was destined to be in the spotlight. Of course, their bet commanded even more attention. The two of them prepared a table here in order to have a contest. Remember, many would be on guard after entering the Golden Shrine. The place itself wouldn't attack anyone, but a single strand of greed would guarantee death. Who wouldn't have a greedy urge while surrounded by gold and treasures? No one would dare to claim to have control over their Dao heart in this scenario. Because of this incapability, no one dared to stand inside the shrine unless they have made up their mind after risking it all for the treasures. At this moment, the duo was sitting calmly in the shrine. Just their decisiveness alone was worthy of admiration. Ultimately, one was about to become an emperor while the other had immeasurable potential. Other geniuses wouldn't take this risk, but the two of them were deep in there. They had a very special competition going on. It was a test of vision and will about the treasures here. They would each pick an item in the shrine, then compare the items. The better picker would win. In the beginning, they started with the scattered gold before moving to rarer and better treasures, including divine artifacts and Buddhist relics. As long as one was only appreciating the treasure without greed, they would be fine in the shrine. However, the first greedy intent or the slightest palpitation from wanting to take something away would definitely end in death. The two were from imperial lineages and have seen numerous imperial treasures before. Ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to get into their sight, let alone shaking their Dao heart. Nevertheless, the treasures here were quite amazing, not inferior to any imperial treasury. It was one thing to take a glance over yonder, but a close inspection would certainly incite greed. This was a suicidal endeavor. Bang! Qin Bailey placed a golden cup on the table while Jin Gu chose a precious pearl. The two of them carefully looked at each other's choice. Jin Gu started the conversation. Brother Qin, your cup must belong to a supreme Buddha since it has an eternal essence. It might even be from the legendary other shore. My pearl was incubated by a heavenly dragon and has reached a great level, but it is indeed inferior compared to an item from the other shore. You win this round, Brother Qin. Gulp. After Jin Gu finished his assessment, many spectators swallowed their saliva. Both the cup and pearl were priceless treasures. They would be dead right now if they were inside the shrine. However, both Jin Gu and Qin Bailey were fine. This showed that these items didn't tempt them. I'm just lucky, that's all. Qin Bailey smiled and said, we have both won 3 rounds, do you wish to continue, Brother Jin Gu? We're both here already, might as well enjoy ourselves. Jin Gu smiled and said, very well, I'll entertain you then. Qin Bailey laughed freely in response. 1. I'm not sure the first phrase is clear. It means living and dying in a natural manner. Chapter 1898. The crowd became envious at the duo's friendly bout. After all, they were enemy once. Despite the bet right now, they were still antagonistic towards each other. However, they were able to maintain an amicable attitude towards each other like old friends. This was a pure competition of the Tao without any personal feud. Many experts had many enemies and rivals in their life. However, to have someone so evenly matched like this was exceedingly rare. Look, the crossing vessel. Suddenly, someone shouted after looking at the Ganges River. You're just seeing things, it's not time for the vessel to come. Someone responded. Everyone felt that this was impossible since the vessel has always been on schedule for millions of years. No, it really is over there. When people looked over, they really saw a boat coming over and became astonished. There are people. A keen-eyed spectator could see the passengers. No way, no one has ever returned before. Some instinctively rejected this comment, but upon careful observation, there were really 2 people on board. Its fiercest and Jilin princess. People could finally see the 2 clearly. They gasped with their eyes wide open. This is unreal. Everyone was shocked at this unprecedented event. Even Jin Gu and Qin Bailey inside the shrine were amazed by this development. One older Tao celestial was in a stupor. How? An immortal monarch once admitted that even he couldn't reach the other shore. how is fiercest coming back? This guy is insane. The danger of the Ganges River was common knowledge. Even high gods have lost themselves before without returning. In fact, many geniuses have tried as well, only to be gone forever. When Li Chia and the princess entered the boat, no one thought anything of it. In their eyes, this was a suicidal attempt. After all, people more brilliant and stronger have failed before, let alone juniors like them. But now, the two came back just fine. This was too shocking. The crowd stared at them leaving the boat in a daze. It's a miracle, fiercest is truly unreal, breaking all common sense. This isn't just heaven-defying, it's the most insane thing I have ever seen. An old royal lord murmured. Wait, returning from the other shore? Does that mean he had obtained the auspicious karmic fruit and eternal life? Someone else blurted out. In a short time, many curious eyes were on them. The crowd wondered what they have obtained after their trip. Could these two really be immortal right now? These gazes gradually had a greedy glint to them. After all, who wouldn't want immortality? Some would be willing to trade everything for this. However, no one dared to do anything due to Li Chia's notoriety. After the two left, the boat slowly disappeared again on the river. The crowd quickly parted for the duo, giving them a path. Humph, Li Chia. The majority of people here were either in shock or overwhelmed with greed. Nevertheless, some snorted as if they truly hated him yet not daring to declare it to his face. Even though Li Chia noticed these aggressive glares, he didn't care at all. Too many people in this world hated him anyway, and he had no time for each one. Reaching the other shore, fellow Taoist Li, you are incredible. Jin Gu inside the shrine commented. His voice was metallic and resounding, resulting in an immense charisma. Everyone glanced at the two since their feud was well known. They wondered if the two were about to fight upon this second meeting. Nevertheless, Jin Ji's generous praise was quite surprising. Just killing some time, no big deal. Li Chia chuckled while looking at Jin Gu and Qin Bailey. Just killing some time? People became speechless after hearing this. Even high gods couldn't cross this river. For him to make this statement was so domineering as if he could tread across the myriad ages without any trouble. However, no one felt that he was being arrogant. After all, he was qualified to say so after returning alive. Fellow Taoist Li, your phrase just now is quite domineering. Qin Bailey smiled wryly, conceding to Li Chia's achievement. The crowd was impressed by the friendly tone between the three. There was no sign of a battle at all despite their grievances. They're exceptional for a reason. People like us can't compare. An old man said with a tinge of emotions. Li Chia only smiled and said, the shrine has a couple of wonderful weapons. The two of you can give it a shot. Qin Bailey clapped with laughter. There are really too many treasures in here. Brother Jin Gu and I have been looking for a while now. Unfortunately, I can't recognize the top items. If you are interested, how about joining us? Yes, we'll do a bet then. Jin Gu also spoke with an indomitable momentum. I am famous for being magnificent while you are renowned for being devilish. I want to see just how devilish you are, fellow Taoist Li. It's beginning now. Someone batted their eyes and said, a duel between a dragon and tiger. Maybe this is Jin Ji's chance to avenge his brother-in-law. The ones with their Tao heart shaken will die in the shrine. This is pretty much a fatal contest. An expert speculated. What do you want to bet? Li Chia looked at Jin Gu. We're not betting items, only testing our Tao heart. Jin Gu responded, fellow Taoist Li, you killed my father and brother-in-law, we'll eventually settle this feud. However, we won't be talking about that matter today. It is about the Grand Tao today, a test of our Tao heart. Let's not stain our effort to reach the Tao with ulterior motives. Jin Gu made everything clear with this straightforward statement. That's a future emperor for you, he's qualified to become one with his attitude alone. Even the experts from the 100 races found Jin Gu impressive. Li Chia shook his head in response. in terms of Tao heart, if I, Li Chia, claim to be number 2, no one else would dare to claim the top spot. It is certain defeat for the two of you in this contest. A clear disadvantage from the start. Damn. Everyone was left speechless again. Some glanced at each other and thought, does he not care about offending the emperors? He's not scared about having more powerful enemies? Your statement is only making my blood boil with competitiveness. Bailey laughed and said, in terms of Tao laws, we're no match for the previous generations just yet. But the Tao heart is something we can work on. Brotherly, broaden my horizon then. There is no giving up on the path towards the grand Tao. Jin Gu also fiercely bit back. Even if you have the best Tao heart in the world, Jin Gu will still bet against you. The victor has yet to be decided. Chapter 1899. Qin Bailey and Jin Gu both had the aura of a king. They weren't the aggressive type that bares their fangs. Nevertheless, each of their words was resounding and powerful in an awe-inspiring manner. They were flawless in both attitude and style. It was hard for people to criticize them. It would be difficult for men like them to not become famous. That's how a hero should be. Members of all races had this thought. Li Chia couldn't help but smile. How interesting. Very well, I'll entertain the two of you and see how long you can last. With that, he entered the golden shrine. The princess didn't follow since she wasn't part of the bet. This was Li Chia's business. He entered the shrine and sat straight down as if he didn't see the piles of treasures at all. They were mere trash, unable to move his Tao heart. Fellow Taoist Li, how do you want to do this? Qin Bailey asked. Li Chia smiled in response. I'm down with whatever rules you two want. Just tell me. We're only testing our Tao heart today, not our battle prowess. Whoever can resist temptation the best will be the winner. What do you think? Jin Gu said. That's fine since you two are wanting to do that. Li Chia looked at the two of them and said, when you think you can't handle it anymore, quickly run. I don't want your lives today and will give you a chance. The contest has yet to begin, but Li Chia was already so domineering in tone. It made the spectators outside glance at each other. Those who were fans of Bailey and Jin Gu became quite unhappy. He's boasting already. We'll see who wins in the end. A heavener scowled. On the other hand, Jin Gu and Bailey didn't become angry at all. Bailey said, in that case, we'll thank you then for sparing us. Even if I lose, I won't have any complaints since it'll just show that my Tao heart is still lacking. I'll lose gracefully as well. There are many invincible and profound laws in this world, but only the Tao heart alone can reach them all. Jin Gu said, one can be crafty with the grand Tao and explain the mysteries, only the Tao heart requires step-by-step cultivation. If I lose to you in this regards, it'll be a clear defeat. True, the thing you're missing now is the heaven's will. If it wasn't for the ambush, you would have become a grand emperor. Li Chia looked at Jin Gu and said, thanks for the kind words, I will keep on trying. Jin Gu was straightforward without being overly humble. This was outside of everyone's expectation. They thought that Jin Gu and Li Chia would fight to the death for sure. But now, the two were just chatting it up without hostility, or if they were old friends. We can't understand the world of geniuses. A young expert smiled wryly. If it was me, I would have rushed over to fight fiercest already due to his disdain for our race. Qin Bailey said, how about each of us pick a treasure, the best one wins just like before. I have no objection. Jin Gu replied, like fellow Taoist Li said, if we might not be able to stabilize our Tao heart upon a close inspection, leave instantly. Deciding a winner is good enough, no need to take it too far. Li Chia looked at the two and smiled, if you two don't mind, I can also pick a treasure for each of you. Of course, you can also select one yourself. That's fine too. Jin Gu looked back and said, the only thing that matters in the golden shrine is the Tao heart. You are an apex genius, I'm sure you won't take advantage of this. Foe or friend, I'm sure fellow Taoist Li will be righteous in this place. I won't speak for brother Jin Gu, but I don't mind at all. You can pick one for me. Qin Bailey said with a smile. Jin Gu added, I have no objection either, you can pick one for me. Everyone was astonished after hearing this. They would think that these two had become crazy, but this certainly wasn't the case. The bet wasn't only about their Tao heart but also the quality of the treasures. They must pick something better than Li Qia's choice. That's the path to victory. Thus, this was a test of one's Tao heart, knowledge, decisiveness, and vision. In this situation, letting the opponent pick the treasure was the same as leaving one's life in their hand. Only a fool or a madman would do such a thing. Jin Gu and Qin Bailey were neither, but they still gave Li Qia the initiative. Ultimately, they all had a righteous Tao heart and believed that Li Qia wouldn't take advantage of them. This seemed like a foolish choice, but it was about character and trust. Very well. Li Qia said, since I'm picking yours, you two can pick mine as well. The other two exchanged a glance. Qin Bailey nodded, good, if you trust us, we will listen to your idea. You can pick one for us first then. Li Qia leisurely said, even ordinary imperial treasures won't be able to tempt the two of you since you are no stranger to them. At your level, I must find artifacts that are the most suitable. Having said that, he stared at Qin Bailey and said, you come from the Qianlong branch with a focus on auspicious energy and simplicity, a natural Tao path. I just happen to know of a treasure beneath that cauldron. He pointed at a large cauldron in the corner of a room. What kind of treasure is it? Bailey was surprised to see Li Qia's quick selection. This is a divine crest, worn by a god in a distant epoch. It surpassed the myriad realms and laws across the years. It carried a natural presence with auspicious energy. One strand of this energy can create countless things. Time is not a limiting factor for it. Li Qia elaborated. That's a good treasure then. Bailey had to praise since his cultivation required such a treasure. Are you sure you will be able to resist? Get ready, it is even more tempting than my description, enough for you to salivate. Li Qia slightly smirked. In fact, many people were already full of anticipation even before seeing it. Bailey took a deep breath and calmed his Tao heart. He nodded solemnly, I will bring it over for everyone to have a look. With that, he walked over to the room and lifted up the cauldron. Sure enough, there was a crest inside. When he took it out, an auspicious energy erupted, seemingly turning into a supreme grand Tao. Bailey was instantly engulfed by this energy, it seemed too familiar with him. His expression became quite serious, but he still chose to wear it on his head. With this, the energy instantly converged and turned into strands pouring down. Just like Li Qia had said, these strands had boundless potential. His aura changed completely, he was now a god that could travel through the myriad ages. Yes, it's incredible. Wearing this crest takes him to the next level. An imperial ancestor had saliva dripping out of his mouth. Everyone stared intensely at him. Not to mention Bailey, even these spectators felt that this treasure was too amazing. If he couldn't calm his Tao heart, death was waiting for him. Alas, this was a truly difficult task. As everyone held their breath, he walked up to the table and put the crest down on the table for the other two to see. Chapter 1900, What a Crest. Even Jin Gu, who originated from the War Monarch clan, was impressed. He admitted that this was a tempting treasure. Bailey took a seat and smiled wryly, it's more than just that. This is a divine artifact. If this wasn't the golden shrine, then I would try to have it at all costs since it is quite useful to me, as if it is personally tailored for me. It can increase my battle potential by 1 level. It's not easy to find a suitable treasure. Jin Gu nodded. At their level, they didn't necessarily need the strongest weapon. More often than not, they wanted something suitable. Not bad. Li Qia chuckled, it's not easy to control your Tao heart at the right moment. I must maintain my Tao heart because my life is hanging on a thread. I wouldn't be able to do so at a different location," Bailey said. Outside of the shrine was a covetous horde. Even though this crest wasn't suitable for them, it still made their heart beat faster. But it did seem tailored for Qin Bailey. At the very last second, he managed to calm his Dao heart and stopped any thought of greed. "What will you pick for me, fellow Daoist Li?" Jin Gu was fired up and ready to try. It wasn't that he must win this in order to defeat Li Chia. The only thing he wanted to do now was challenging himself. In his mind, facing a suitable treasure while maintaining a calm Dao heart just like Qin Bailey was defeating the self. He wondered if he could replicate Bailey's performance, so he was ready to give it a shot. Li Chia looked at him and said, "Your War Monarch clan has 5 emperors with countless imperial arts. However, your origin is from celestial court, thus your heavenly marking is different from others, a yellow hue with a glow. This is evidence that you have learned the cultivation techniques of the palace." Everyone was startled after hearing this and quickly looked at Jin Ji's forehead. "Yes, there are tiny moving lights, I didn't notice it before." Many whispered quietly and found Li Chia's comment to be correct. "Fellow Daoist Li is indeed amazing, no wonder why people call you devilish. You're the first outsider who can see through my origin." Jin Gu was shocked as well. Jin Gu was utterly convinced by his enemy's capabilities. Outside of their War Monarch's top ancestors and the supreme existences from the Celestial Court, no one else knew about this. But now, Li Chia was able to discern it so easily. Just how acute was his insight? Jin Ji's admittance shocked the crowd too. Everyone knew that he had inherited the legacy of the War Monarch clan and the imperial arts. No one thought that his true root was actually from the Celestial Court. They shuddered once more. This meant that his clan also had the backing of the heavenly race. Of course, after thinking about it again, it wasn't that surprising. The clan always had a good relationship with the Celestial Court, especially War Monarch Heaven Emperor. He was virtually inseparable from this other power. The secret arts from the palace might elude others but not me. Li Chia said leisurely, "Your Grand Dao is pure, capable of shouldering the heaven and earth on top of possessing a tyrannical strength. This foundation is capable of both offense and defense. I know that over in that corner is an imperial gauntlet, extremely suitable for you. It alone is enough to sweep through the world." He pointed at the right corner of another room. "All right, I'll take a look." Jin Gu didn't hesitate and went for the room. Clank, clank. He pushed the piles of treasures away and took out a gauntlet. Keep in mind that these were amazing artifacts, but Jin Gu wasn't moved at all. He only took the gauntlet away. A brilliance oozed out with its appearance. It seemed to be cast from gold with many scales. Each scale had little dots, each dot looked just like a sun. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly marking on his forehead seemed to be quaking from an influx of power. It lit up with haste. Such incredible power. Jin Gu instantly closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his mind. This imperial gauntlet possessed an immense strength that permeated through him, granting him a great transformation. This was a moment of life and death for him. "Open!" He shouted and channeled his own vitality into the gauntlet. Boom! The gauntlet poured out even more golden light. It shot to the sky and illuminated this entire region. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open from this blinding brightness. Amitabha. The chant echoed as a Buddhist kingdom emerged on his right hand. Numerous sacred Buddhas appeared along with a divine beast. It was a Chilan drowned in Buddhist light, everything here seemed to be created from it. Even the sacred Buddhas were formed from its breathing. The crowd all had an illusion that Jin Ji's right hand could drill through the world or shatter the sky vault right now. It had an unstoppable and endless power. Anything would instantly explode back to the origin from one punch. While wielding this gauntlet, Jin Gu changed completely, just like a supreme Buddhist emperor that could reign for an era. "That's something." Jin Gu gently rubbed the gauntlet before a clank sounded. He actually took it off and placed it on the table. The mass was astonished. Jin Gu was able to protect his Dao heart from greed even before this amazing treasure. It was completely unreasonable to not be tempted by a treasure of this level. The ground outside moistened from everyone's saliva. If I was in your shoes, brother Jin Gu, I wouldn't have been able to stay calm before this gauntlet. Qin Bailey's expression changed and said emotionally. I'll be honest, brother Qin. I nearly lost it just now. I was mentally prepared first before testing the power of this gauntlet, or I would have lost it. Jin Gu frankly laughed without hiding. Brother Jin Gu, you have done it better than me. I calmed my Dao heart right after standing up, but you waited until after grabbing the treasure. I lost there. Qin Bailey admitted. For them, it was fine to gracefully accept defeat. It wasn't a humiliating matter at all to accept the disparity in skills. Brother Qin, you are being too humble. Jin Gu smiled back. Li Qia also smiled and joined in. It is indeed brilliant to calm the Dao heart after grabbing this treasure. One would certainly be lying if they claim being unaffected by the gauntlet. It is capable of both offense and defense on top of penetrating all obstacles. To fellow Daoist Li, please stop. If you keep on praising it, I'm not confident I'll be able to stay calm for much longer. Jin Gu joked. The crowd remained impressed by their friendly exchanges despite being enemies. For many experts, just being able to meet an enemy like this was more than enough. Chapter 1901. Regardless of the result, the majority of spectators were convinced by both Qin Bailey and Jin Gu for being able to protect their Dao heart from temptation. Keep in mind that this was easier said than done. It required experience and numerous sharpening. The Dao heart wasn't an unreasonable entity, but it was quite hard to polish. More often than not, doing so was even harder than cultivating imperial arts. This was because the latter had methods and text to follow. This wasn't the case for the Dao heart since everyone was different. Plus, people had emotions and desires, complicating the process. So many geniuses were peerless in terms of cultivation. They became powerful and soared like the wind, smiling proudly under the sky. Alas, due to their weak Dao heart, they would drop one after another like flies. On the other hand, a few ordinary talents made it to the end to become emperors. Here, both Jin Gu and Qin Bailey had enough talents to cultivate on top of a firm Dao heart. This was an amazing foundation. It would be hard for them to not stand out. Everyone understood that Jin Gu was only missing the heaven's will. If he could stop the same ambush again, he would certainly become a grand emperor. The two of you have been able to maintain your Dao heart. It is my turn. Go ahead and pick the treasure. Li Qia sat there and said flatly. The two darted a glance at each other. They eventually got up to carefully look at the treasures in the shrine. There were really too many here, causing people to go crazy. Plus, it was also a test for the two to find one for Li Qia. A quick glance through these rare artifacts might not be enough, but when they were carefully searching and analyzing the treasures, this was a much more dangerous game. All eyes were on the two. Everyone understood that they had two options. First was to randomly pick a treasure for him. This would mean a quick victory for them. The second was to actually find the best treasure in order to test Li Qia's Dao heart. Of course, the first choice was meaningless to these two. It would be an empty defeat. Li Qia honorably picked the most suitable treasure for them, so they wouldn't pick a random one just to win this round. On the contrary, they wanted to find something that would stir him, to see if he could resist the temptation. This wasn't about winning the bet, but rather to see who was the best at protecting their Dao heart. The crowd was too excited at this point. They wanted to see which treasure these two would be able to find. After a long search, the two convened and reached an agreement. Do you trust us, brotherly? Qin Bailey smiled and said. Li Qia looked at the two of them. Don't worry, I'm sure the two of you are placing your honor on this bet. There's nothing to be worried about. Very well, to have your trust is an honor. It is also a privilege to be your enemy. Qin Bailey cupped his fist and said. There was no doubt that the two have found a treasure for Li Qia. Jin Gu walked forward and respectfully bowed towards a Buddha statue sitting inside a room. With that, he raised the wooden fish in front of the statue. He brought the wooden fish over and placed it in front of Li Chia. Fellow Taoist Li, this is the statue Brother Qin and I picked for you. Everyone was stunned to see this unexpected choice. In this shrine were countless treasures, they were exceedingly rare as well. Anyone would be attracted by the piles of treasures, not the wooden fish in front of a statue. This wooden fish was not special at all since it could be found in any temple, completely not worth mentioning. However, the two of them chose it for Li Chia to the disbelief of the crowd. Everyone thought that they would pick a supreme treasure or something of that sorts. Jin Gu and Qin Bailey aren't despicable like that. A spectator murmured. People didn't think that this was done on purpose so that they would win by selecting the crappiest treasure for Li Chia. There must have been something else going on. A bit interesting. Li Chia looked at it and smiled. Jin Gu explained slowly, fellow Taoist Li, you are more knowledgeable than us. We can't quite understand this wooden fish, but surely you want to challenge yourself by knocking on it and broaden our horizon. This made more sense for the spectators. It turned out that there was something to this wooden fish after all, that it was somehow special. In a short time, they realized the gap between them and the two. In their eyes, this block was very simple without anything special. Meanwhile, Jin Gu and Qin Bailey also didn't see through it, but they were aware that it was amazing. Very well, I'll let you see the magicalness of this Buddhist treasure. Li Chia smiled and placed his palms together while chanting, Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, this chant reverberated across the world. Li Chia was engulfed in a Buddhist brilliance illuminating everything. He was now a sacred Buddha. He had a golden avatar for a body with each inch of his flesh seemingly made from gold. His robe became resplendent as well, this was now a priceless kasaya. A Buddhist disk emerged behind him. Numerous Buddhas were inside their kingdoms. Countless existences were chanting for him, this created an entirely different atmosphere. Click. He finally tapped the wooden fish. Next was a buzzing noise. The entire shrine poured out a golden ocean of light and drowned out everything. Everyone's Tao heart shuddered once as if a Buddha was reading a scripture. Click. Multiple golden avatars spanning for endless height appeared around the shrine. They could shoulder the worlds. Tao turned into laws and Buddhist affinity that could enlighten all beings. Thump. With the second knock, the majority of cultivators outside the shrine dropped to their knees. Click. The third knock resounded. The entire Buddhist plain was filled with this sacred affinity. The chanting of Buddhist scripture unceasingly echoed in everyone's mind. They found themselves lost in a Buddhist kingdom. All beings were bathing under a Buddhist light and prostrating before the sacred Buddha. Even Qin Bailey and Jin Gu became astounded. They fortified their Tao heart in order to avoid being affected by this Buddhist affinity. Powerful beings like them still felt a great pressure, robbing them of their breath. After 3 knocks, Li Chia recalled his Buddhist affinity and dispersed the great brilliance. The power of Buddhism dissipated into smoke. It was as if nothing had happened. Li Chia was still himself, sitting in the same spot. Same with the wooden fish. If it wasn't for the kneeling crowd around the shrine, people wouldn't believe that something like this had happened just now. Many were frightened by the transpired event. They couldn't handle a few knocking of this wooden fish. We lost. Qin Bailey sighed and said, you exceed us in both knowledge and Tao heart. I have no complaints about losing. Chapter 1902, Fellow Taoist Li is indeed above us. Jin Gu said slowly while staring at Li Chia, your Tao heart is not just as hard as steel, you can freely use it however you want. A single thought to turn into a Buddha or a devil. It has nothing to do with cultivation any longer. With your Tao heart, there is no fear of not becoming an immortal monarch, surely capable of reaching 12 wills. Unfortunately, I have lost my first chance, or I wouldn't mind meeting you again at the apex, to see which of us is better then. He was full of regrets at this point. The discerning fella understood Li Qia's worth. At the same time, he was still fierce enough. Despite knowing his inferiority, he still wanted to compete without any fear. This was the reason why he was the top candidate to become a Grand Emperor. Jin Gu shocked the crowd with that statement. He was considered the greatest genius with few rivals in both cultivation and innate talents. But now, he dared to claim that Li Qia was capable of becoming a 12-will immortal monarch. This was an acceptance of Li Qia's status. Remember that in the contemporary, the 100 races only have one emperor with 12 wills, immortal monarch Yi. If Li Qia were to reach this level, it would completely change the current landscape. The 100 races would have 2 top emperors then, quite a shocking development. Fiercest will be the first human with 12 wills? The humans here felt their blood boiling. Immortal monarch Yi was ultimately a half-human, half-charming spirit. In fact, rumor has it that his human bloodline is very faint. Because of this, on a stricter level, he wasn't counted as an immortal monarch of the human race. It was just that many humans preferred to view him as such to elevate their own race. Li Qia only smiled and didn't reply to Jin Ji's evaluation. Fellow Daoist Li has won this match completely. Brother Jin Gu, do you think we should continue? Personally, I think conceding is the right choice now. Bailey shook his head and said. Previously, Bailey and Jin Gu were quite evenly matched in their bet with 3 wins each. The gap between them in regards to Dao heart and knowledge was minuscule. Their cultivation was one thing, but their origin, foundation, and knowledge were evenly matched. They were indeed worthy rivals. But now, they were instantly crushed by Li Qia. Even if they had an advantage in cultivation, there was no way for them to beat him in this shrine. Because of this, Bailey frankly accepted his defeat. It wasn't shameful at all in his eyes. The guy had earned his victory. Fellow Daoist Li is at the next level for his Dao heart. One would only continue the bet with him here out of ignorance and baseless confidence. Jin Gu replied, no need to continue, I accept my loss. Their straightforward and graceful acceptance of defeat was well received by the crowd. Li Qia smiled and said, not bad. Very well, we'll end this here then. In fact, he quite enjoyed both Bailey and Jin Gu. Enemies or not, they were enjoyable to deal with. What a shame about these treasures, such a waste of heavenly gifts. Qin Bailey looked at the divine crest and imperial gauntlet. The two returned these treasures back to their original position. They weren't the only ones who had this thought. Many people outside the shrine felt the same way, that it would be so nice to bring these treasures to the outside world. If it was possible, then a great character would instantly teleport the shrine back to his own treasury. Unfortunately, no one had ever been able to do it before. That statement is a bit too strong for this kind of treasures. Li Qia said with a tinge of playfulness. Fellow Daoist Li, you mean there are other things even more precious here? Bailey was shocked. Not just more precious. There is another thing here that can easily be considered the shrine's defining artifact. Li Qia said flatly. Defining artifact? Qin Bailey became interested right away. What is it and what can it do? Do tell. He assumed a respectful posture towards Li Qia, eager to learn. Jin Gu also gave his full attention since he was quite curious as well. After all, a defining artifact in a place this great would undoubtedly be incredible. In fact, the crowd's ears perched up in order to listen. How could people not be excited about the shrine's defining treasure? Li Qia gently shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I want to avoid being criticized for scheming to kill the two of you. I'm not looking down on anyone, but the moment this treasure comes out, the two of you won't be able to calm your Dao heart. The duo looked at each other with a slight astonishment. They have seen too many treasures and couldn't possibly imagine something that could move them completely. Jin Gu cupped his fist and said, I truly want to listen even more now. Don't worry, we'll immediately leave at the first sign of trouble. We are ready to listen, fellow Daoist Li. Please. Brother Jin Gu is right. You are not to blame even if we were to die here. That would be the fault of our lacking Tao heart. Qin Bailey chimed in. After seeing their eagerness, Li Chia smiled. Very well, then I shall let you know so that you can prepare. The two of them took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li. The rest of the spectators outside watched with bated breath, all wanting to know what kind of treasure it was. Its name is Heaven Reckon. Li Chia revealed, this ruler was born naturally from the world. It might not be an ultimate artifact, but it is still a top treasure of an epoch. After it appeared, everyone vied for it for many generations, countless died as a result. Even the gods and Buddhas joined in. It wasn't a combat artifact, its true strength lies in its ability to measure the heaven, the world, and the myriad ages. Divination, in essence. Not good. Jin Gu and Qin Bailey immediately backed off with unreal speed. Their shadow was still back in the shrine, but their body was already outside. The crowd was stunned. This meant that the two had difficulty controlling their Tao heart. The world really has a treasure like this? Capable of auguring even the heaven? Bailey was in disbelief. Same with Jin Gu. Many experts here didn't understand the gravity of Li Chia's description, unlike these two. If there was no embellishment, then the treasure was quite frightening. There are many strange and magical things in the world, so why not this ruler? Li Chia said with a faint smile. Jin Gu asked with a changing expression, this ruler is still in the golden shrine? Li Chia looked at him and said, your old man, war monarch, found an immortal remains back at Hope. If it wasn't for that, he would still be thinking about this ruler. Alas, he didn't want to be involved in its karma. The result would either be a heavenly execution or a disaster for the clan. It is a grand karma of Buddhism, even the top-level emperors must tread carefully. The crowd quickly turned to see Jin Ji's expression after hearing this. Jin Gu was dumbfounded as well. He knew very little about this particular secret, only that their clan had records of an amazing treasure situated in Buddhist plain. In the beginning, he assumed that this particular item was located on the other shore. But now, he felt like the text was referring to Heaven Reckon. In a short time, the crowd swallowed their saliva. This was a treasure coveted even by war monarch Heaven Emperor. It must be so heaven-defying. Qin Bailey murmured, Heaven Reckon, capable of measuring all things. What a shame that I can't see it for myself. He knew full well that he wouldn't dare to search even if the ruler was in there right now because he wasn't confident about maintaining his Tao heart upon its sight. If he couldn't, he would be buried in this place. Chapter 1903, It's not hard to take a look. Li Chia smiled and said, since everyone is here already, might as well let you all see it. Li Chia's words excited the crowd. Their eyes flashed with anticipation while staring at him. Qin Bailey and Jin Gu were shocked as well. They also wanted to see this so-called Heaven Reckon. Then please, fellow Taoist Li. Qin Bailey was also excited while cupping his fist, broaden our horizon so that our trip will not be wasted. Li Chia placed both palms together and began to chant, Amitabha. With that, a Buddhist brilliance erupted as he took on the mantle of a Buddha once more. One thought to become a Buddha. Jin Gu gently sighed again at this sight. He knew that there was no chance for him to catch up to Li Chia in terms of Tao heart. His only hope was to compete with his cultivation. Many thought that his transformation was the most bizarre thing in the world. Such a Tao heart was too heaven-defying. Who else would be able to do this? Perhaps only the Holy Emperor, praised for having the most resilient Tao heart. Li Chia went to the central area of the shrine and stomped down. With cracking noises, the earth seemed to be shattering, but this wasn't the case. Buddhist laws were forming beneath his feet in the form of rotating text. They then covered the entire shrine. Rumble. With a quake, the area slowly split apart and an altar rose from below. There was an ancient ruler on this altar with a radiance gathered around it like the spirits of myriad eras. The individual shimmering strands were generations of time. Just looking at this ruler would make the mind tremble because it could shoulder an eternity and calculate everything possible. Heaven reckon, Jean Gu and Qin Bailey found it hard to resist since they understood the possibilities of the artifact. Li Qie grabbed it with a serious gaze. All things change, except for this. Everything can be measured by it. Jean Gu felt a bit helpless and commented, "The ruler isn't the only amazing thing. Fellow Taoist Li, you are unbelievable yourself. One Tao to reach the myriad Tao. You are actually capable of using the arts of Buddhism. It looks like there's nothing you can't cultivate in this world." This imperial candidate could see through the underlying fabrics. Li Qie wasn't only turning into a Buddha for a temporary time. He was also gifted in Buddhist arts and techniques. Only a minor art. Li Qie chuckled. So many people including emperors have come here, pondering. Your old man, war monarch, had also opened this altar. Unfortunately, he didn't want the associate karma, so he returned the ruler after grabbing it. This naturally shocked the crowd. So War Monarch Heaven Emperor had taken the ruler before but chose to return it? They realized that top-level emperors could still take away the treasures in the Golden Shrine, but removing the karma was a hassle in and of itself. This could incite the wrath of the heavenly execution. Thus, the ruler was indeed tempting, but the execution was too frightening. Li Qie stared at the ruler in his hand before shifting his sight towards the Ganges River. Finally, he turned at the Buddhist statues inside the shrine. This ruler is connected by fate with me, I shall take it this time. Li Qie said slowly. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, his radiance began to shred off, one string at a time, just like a young bird shedding its feathers. These strings of light fell and seeped into the ground, resulting in a very strange spectacle. At this time, he walked out of the falling radiance. It looked as if he had just taken off his outfit that was also falling down. He was leaving a Buddhist embryo, including the doctrine's associated laws. This allowed him to jump out of the karmic and reincarnation cycles. With this, he was able to take Heaven Reckon out of the shrine in a leisure manner. That's impossible. Even characters of the ancestor level shouted. This was an unprecedented feat, but he had actually taken out the best treasure. In a short time, everyone's mouth nearly dropped to the floor. Escaping the Buddhist embryo, this is a peerless karmic fortune. Fellow Taoist Li, if you were born in a Buddhist kingdom, you would have surely become a Buddhist lord. Your very presence would turn the surrounding into a Buddhist holy land and convert countless beings while spreading your eternal Tao. Jean Gu was completely convinced by Li Qie's abilities. The fact that he could take out the ruler had nothing to do with his personal strength. It was due to his fate with Buddhism. His escaping his Buddhist embryo was jumping out of a karmic cycle. It meant that Buddhism had always been inside his heart. Or rather, he himself was already a Buddha. It is only due to fate that I'm able to shed my Buddhist embryo. Li Qie said with a smile. He was able to do so because he had a Buddhist seed. If another sacred Buddha wanted to remove their Buddhist embryo, they would need to experience 81 tribulations first. Due to the seed, he was able to escape the karmic ties in Buddhist plane, allowing him to take Heaven Reckon from the Golden Shrine without resistance. I am at a loss for words. Qin Bailey smiled wryly, able to become a Buddha at will then shed the avatar? The myriad laws are already in your control, so cultivation is meaningless. Your thoughts essentially can become reality. An immortal emperor once told me that everything is possible for someone with a peerless Tao heart. I didn't understand or believe it back then, until today. Just cultivating the Tao heart instead of cultivation and laws will be present everywhere. No wonder why Holy Emperor was so respected by his peers. It is not only because of his perseverance, his Tao heart is simply too precious. Looks like you'll be someone like him in the future. Your Tao heart will overshadow all the laws in this world. They might be colorful and amazing, but not to the level of a simple Tao heart. Qin Bailey was quite emotional because he had met emperors before. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Tao heart and his inferiority compared to Li Qie. Fellow Taoist Li, the Tao path is long, so we'll certainly meet again. I'll be taking my leave now. Qin Bailey cupped his fist towards Li Chia and left in a cool manner. Jin Gu also stared at Li Chia and performed the same gesture with a serious expression. Fellow Taoist Li, we will still be enemy the next time we meet, but I am glad to have someone like you as a foe. Your Tao heart isn't something we can reach. When we fight in the future, I'll have to rely on supreme arts and weapons. Jin Gu realized that a superior firepower was the only way for him to beat Li Chia. Li Chia smiled freely in response. Works for me. Enmity ends with revenge. This is the natural course of life. Even without our feud, I would still want to fight against you. During my youth, I have met Dao Dragon and fought against Ren Sheng, but after today, you're still the one that makes my blood boil the most. Jin Gu laughed in response. Dao Dragon here was naturally Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor. If it wasn't for the ambush by Ren Sheng, perhaps he would be the emperor in the previous generation, not Dao Dragon. Alas, time didn't wait for him. I'm looking forward to our battle. Jin Gu laughed loudly before leaving with a surging battle intent. Many were relatively pensive after Bailey and Jin Gu left. It could be considered a type of happiness to have rivals like them in life because one wouldn't need to worry about despicable foul plays. Let us return to the ship. Li Chia chuckled and told the princess. People had no choice but to make way for him despite their desire for his heaven reckon. They weren't qualified to attack someone who is on the same level as geniuses like the two that had just left. Rumble. Suddenly, a group quickly rushed over. It's the Tame Dragon Squadron. Someone shouted. The frightened crowd immediately jumped to the side. Many believed that this squadron was here to rob Li Chia's heaven reckon. Chapter 1904. The squadron's sudden appearance frightened the crowd. In a short time, all eyes were on Li Chia. Some became bewildered while others were secretly gloating while hoping that the squadron would successfully rob Fiercest. Meanwhile, another small group was angrily staring at him, wanting to tear him to pieces as if there was an irreconcilable feud. Tame Dragon Child jumped down from his horse and excitedly laughed while cupping his fist. Congratulations, brotherly, for returning from the other shore. No one before and after will ever be able to replicate your achievement. Li Chia only gave him a cold stare. Guys, bring my brother's treasures up here. Tame Dragon Child shouted at the members behind him. They brought up chests to the front and opened them. A shimmering light from treasures emitted with all kind of dazzling colors. There were weapons, artifacts, chaos stones, and rare metals. All eyes turned towards Li Chia. Some became quite unfriendly. This was because this squadron was a group of bandits. One could easily guess where these treasures came from. But now, they were giving it all to Li Chia? The princess frowned at this sight, understanding the implications. Tame Dragon Child smiled and said, just a little gift, not enough to show our appreciation. Working for you is our honor and glory. With you as our commander, we'll be able to seize all the treasures in the 13 continents. As long as you want something, just say the word and we'll take it for you. We are your brave soldiers. The spectators' stare turned even worse. It looked like Li Chia was the commander of these bandits. Albeit, it was quite fitting for someone as lawless as him to do something like this. Li Chia. You have gone too far. A supreme beauty and her disciples came over. She coldly shouted, you have ordered the Tame Dragon Squadron to ambush our disciples and stole our treasures, explain yourself. This enchanting and mature woman was the master of Sunset Glow Valley, Ian Huali. Jilin Princess quickly stopped her and explained, Valley Lord, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Princess, there's no misunderstanding, the proof is right there. Our treasures are in those chests. Huali spoke with an oppressive aura. That golden cup is ours. A young disciple behind her was courageous enough to shout. That squadron also killed our senior brother and stole a diamond-inlaid banner from us. A middle-aged man shouted. Our Vine Cloud Pavilion also had 8 disciples killed and their treasures were taken. Another old man said coldly. In a short time, many experts stepped up and accused the squadron of heinous deeds. At this moment, the princess finally understood the unfriendly gaze people were giving Li Qie earlier. She had heard of the squadron's conducts in the past. They would never leave survivors to tell the tales. But now, they committed such blatant robberies yet left so many survivors. Their intention was clear. Tame Dragon Child wanted to drag Li Qie down the mud, turning the world against him. Tame Dragon sneered and declared, "Just these little treasures are nothing. You should be honored that Brother Li even wants your treasures, plus, he even spared your life. Thank him for showing mercy already." The victims were ready to tear Li Qie to pieces in order to avenge their fallen sect members. They considered Tame Dragon Child's comment to be evidence of Li Qie's involvement behind the scene. "Li Qie, you might be powerful but you have crossed the line. Give us a reasonable explanation or this won't end." Huali glared at him and said. "An explanation?" Li Qie looked at the crowd then Tame Dragon Child. He smirked and said, "I don't need to explain myself to anyone. That's right, our brother Li is a deity among men, the future immortal monarch with 12 wills, why does he need to answer to you?" Tame Dragon Child shouted, wanting to invoke even more chaos. These two infuriated the crowd even more with their disdainful tone. They had a burning fury in their eyes while gritting their teeth. "Li Qie, so you are saying you want to be enemy with the Sunset Glow Valley?" Huali also became angry. She had no choice but to take action in order to maintain her sect's prestige. "Humph, you think you're unstoppable? You alone can fight against the rest of the world. Such an arrogant viewpoint," another victim said with hatred. "We can't just let this go." The others chimed in. Li Qie ignored their shouting and smiled at Tame Dragon Child. "So you all wish to work for me?" Tame Dragon Child laughed loudly. "Yes, Brother Li is the best and we are the biggest fans of your unstoppable style. It is our honor to work for the future immortal monarch. Just say the word and we'll even jump into the boiling water or courageously flatten a path for you." He was especially loud so that everyone could hear him. Earlier, he was afraid that Li Qie would defend his innocence but Li Qie didn't even bother to do so. This was going even smoother than he had anticipated. No need to jump into the boiling water. Li Qie leisurely said, "Go, the Ganges River is right there, just jump into that." Tame Dragon Child was caught off guard and coughed awkwardly. "You sure know how to joke, Brother Li." "I've never been a joker." "Jump now, I'm losing my patience." Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively. Tame Dragon Child wasn't the only one shocked now. The entire audience was staring at the two in a daze. "Brother Li, this joke isn't funny anymore." Tame Dragon Child still tried to maintain an amicable appearance. "Who says I'm joking? If you all wish to work for me, then the least you can do is obey my order." Li Qie continued. Tame Dragon Child finally turned cold. "Brother Li, we're willing to contribute to your cause, not minding antagonizing the rest of the world so that we can offer you all the treasures you want. But I'm afraid we won't obey such a suicidal order. That's not up to you. If you want to be my lackeys, then learn how to act like one. Obey your master now." Li Qie chuckled. "You." Tame Dragon Child's expression became extremely unsightly. The members of the squadron angrily glared at him too. They were merciless robbers but now, Li Qie called them lackeys? This was hard to swallow. "What are you looking at? Kneel and acknowledge your mistake then jump into the Ganges. This is my order to you, dogs." Li Qie coldly stared at him and proclaimed. In a short time, the members of the squadron became furious. They were only doing a play in order to frame Li Qie. They didn't expect him to actually treat them in this manner. Now, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get down easily. No one expected this development. The atmosphere became tense with the focus completely on Li Qie and Tame Dragon Child. 1. The word for lackey here has the character dog. It is normally a derogatory term, referring to evil assistants, a person who helps someone harm people. In essence, anything with the word dog is normally a big insult. I thought about using just dog or hound, but it would have sounded a bit weird. If you want to be my dogs. 2. Dog works better in this line versus lackeys. Chapter 1905. The atmosphere became somber instantly. Those who were furious with Li Chia felt their anger subsiding after seeing this. People calmed down and regained their wits, realizing that this might not be what it seemed on the surface. Brotherly, I guess we don't have the same idea then. Tame Dragon Child cupped his fist and said, we brothers are full of sincerity, wanting to work for you and make something out of ourselves, but you view us as hounds. That's quite disappointing. You think too highly of yourselves. Just your group is qualified to be my hounds? Li Chia said flatly, at your level, it is already a reach to clean my shoes for me, that's why, don't stand here and dirty my view. Suicide into the Ganges, right now. I can't take this anymore. One member in the squadron furiously shouted. Their name alone had frightened the soul out of people, their presence could make knees weak, being the notorious bandits that they are. How could they handle the contempt going on here? If it wasn't for Tame Dragon Child stopping them, these members would have rushed over to try and kill Li Chia. Brotherly, I guess we don't share the same view then. Goodbye. Tame Dragon Child knew that this play was over, so he coldly said while cupping his fist. But as the group was turning to leave, Li Chia suddenly appeared before them. Brotherly, what do you want? Tame Dragon Child's expression turned cold. Nothing, just for you all to jump into the Ganges. Li Chia leisurely said. Brotherly, don't push us too far, we have gotten so many treasures for you, our effort ought to mean something. How can you be so ungrateful? Tame Dragon Child assumed a stance of indignation. Li Chia didn't bother to look at the treasures on the ground and said flatly, don't cover yourself up with gold foil. These are treasures? Only a bunch of scrap metals, I wouldn't pick them up even if they were lying around on my path. Only a bunch of fools like you would consider trash as treasures and dare to claim some merits in front of me for them. Senior brother, let's take him down. Another furious member clamored. Tame Dragon Child uttered, brotherly, you are way out of line. We can only blame ourselves for being blind and we'll drop this matter. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. It's not your turn to give orders here. Li Chia chuckled, since you dared earlier to plead loyalty to me, your dog lives are in my hand. Thus, disobeying my order will only end with one thing, death. Brat, you're pushing it, you think our Tame Dragon Squadron is afraid of you? These disciples were annoyed enough earlier already, so they instantly jumped to the front. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the squadron. These members wanted nothing more than to take him down. Such a development caught the crowd off guard. In a short time, people glanced at each other. Of course, many were willing to watch since this was like a dogfight to them. They didn't like either side. You think your group alone can take me down? Li Chia smirked without any trace of anger while staring at the squadron. Brat, we'll cut you to pieces. One of the members loudly threatened. Clank. The members unsheathed their weapons, ready for combat. Outside of their notoriety, they were also battle-hardened and ferocious. A murderous aura permeated the air after they took out their weapons. One could smell a thick stench of blood. No mercy. Li Chia's eyes suddenly flashed as his Dao heart circulated. Kill him. The members of the squadron crazily shouted with reddened eyes. Ah! Suddenly, heads fell to the ground one by one with blood spurting out. A shocking scene appeared before everyone. The squadron members were actually killing each other. In a flash, one in the back stabbed a member in the front through his chest, but the latter had also already swung his sword back at the former's head. Decapitation and dismemberment became a common sight with screams and blood staining everywhere. Have you guys gone mad? Tame Dragon Child was overwhelmed with shock and cried out, but it was too late. All the members were already dead, killed by each other. In a short time, the entire scene came to a horrifying silence. All eyes were wide open. The crowd couldn't calm down at all since this was completely outside of their expectation. Of course, Tame Dragon Child was more shocked than anyone after seeing his members who were as close as brothers killing each other. One thought manipulation. This was one of the 6 thoughts in the scriptures, capable of turning someone into a Buddha or a devil with a single thought. Of course, it could also turn others crazy or force them to become murderers. This particular transformation was completely different from Wuxia turning into a Buddha with his Tao heart. The former also allowed for him to control the enemy's emotions. Thus, when he used this particular technique, he could either pacify them or turn them into tools of murder. The Tao heart from these squadron members wasn't that strong in the first place. Furthermore, their heart was filled with cruelty and killing. This made it easy for him to control and make them kill each other. They had no chance of resisting his supreme will. Tame Dragon Child was a brutal person who never knew what fear felt like. Alas, he was experiencing it now, not wanting to become a puppet like his fallen brethren. When people calmed down, they started staring at Wuxia. Some even started backing off to a safe distance with a pale complexion. Wuxia could make these brothers kill each other so he could also control them all the same. They would instantly become his murderous puppets. Thus, their eyes on him instantly changed into a shade of fear. Ultimately, one could gauge and even resist a powerful cultivator. But as for a devilish art like Wuxia, they didn't even know where to begin. It's not too late to jump or you'll die a much, much worse death. Wuxia said with a smile. Tame Dragon Child faltered backward and pointed at Wuxia. His finger was shaking as he shouted, "Wuxia! You, don't push it. My master is an 11 totem high god and I have 8 martial uncles as well, all high gods. If you dare to kill me, they will seek retribution. At that point, even if you have an imperial lineage as your backing, they can still annihilate all of you." The severity of the message couldn't mask the guy's weakness. Nevertheless, this threat was still enough to frighten some of the crowd. Tame Dragon High God had 11 totems, quite a dreadful existence. More importantly, he also had 8 other high gods on his side. Antagonizing this group was quite frightening. This was the reason why ordinary imperial lineages didn't want to mess with them. This made it possible for Tame Dragon Child and his group to do whatever they wanted since their masters would back them up. An 11 totem high god? Only a nobody can't reach the apex. Let them come since I'm in the mood for a refreshing cup of high god's blood. Wuxia happily responded. The crowd was speechless to hear this. How many in this world would look down on an 11 totem high god like this? A low-level emperor would still need to be very careful because some have died to high gods before. But now, Wuxia's arrogance, evident by his comment, was simply impossible for anyone to replicate. Chapter 1906. It didn't take long before all experts here were staring at Wuxia. Fierce wasn't enough to describe someone who publicly denounced an 11 totem high god. Such a big tone. Suddenly, a voice detonated like the thunder across the sky. Insulting my master will end in death. With that, a chilling aura froze everything and turned the world into one of ice. All the cultivators present shuddered. The weaker ones felt themselves turning into an ice sculpture. The most terrorizing thing about this aura was the murderous intent within. It acted like a sharp knife scraping everyone's bones. The pain forced everyone back, unable to withstand this murderous intent. An old man descended from the sky and stood in front of Tame Dragon Child. He wore a treasure robe and had a crest with the symbol of a cloud, looking like he could hold the world in disdain. He exuded the power of a high god. As strands of laws poured out like waterfalls, they wove together and formed a pair of holy wings. One flap from them could break through all obstacles. First brother. Tame Dragon Child was ecstatic to see the old man. Sima Yun. An ancestor from a big power recognized him and shouted in horror. Sima Yun? Many trembled in fear after hearing this name. Even sect masters were frightened. This butcher is here too? In a short time, the crowd receded like the tide and stood even further away. Sima Yun was the oldest disciple of Tame Dragon High God and the creator of the Tame Dragon Squadron. He was a high god with 2 totems but was well known for being a butcher because he had killed too many people. There were quite a few high gods in Pure, a land of experts. However, after reaching a certain level, most high gods would focus on improving themselves, rarely bothering with those below their ranks. This wasn't the case for Sima Yun. There was an adage, a dragon birth a dragon, a phoenix birth a phoenix, the offspring of a rat knows how to dig caves. The master was a bandit, so the disciple was naturally one as well. After becoming a high god, Sima Yun didn't lose his old habits. Moreover, he was even more rampant than his master. His master had no need of robbing lower-level characters. But as for Sima Yun, it didn't matter whether his victims were strong or weak. As long as he was tempted, he would rob and silence all of his victims. Some believed that he had even killed more people than his master, hence his title. Tame Dragon Child thought that since his first brother was a 2-totem high god, Li Chia was dead for sure, regardless of how powerful he was. Little animal, your end is here. He cruelly glared at Li Chia and told Sima Yun, senior brother, this little animal is the one who killed our brothers with some devious art. Clank. Sima Yun's eyes turned into a sharp sword. Those lacking courage were paralyzed on the ground. Daring to oppose me? You won't die so easily. I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Sima Yun said with a sinister tone. Where did this dog come from, barking in front of me? Slap. Li Chia didn't even bother to look at Sima Yun. Boom. In a split second, a Buddhist palm came out of nowhere and rushed for Sima Yun. Scram! Sima Yun roared. The 2 wings made out of laws instantly spread, causing a loud gust that destroyed space. They slammed on the Buddhist palm. Boom! The palm crossed the myriad realms. Even if the wings were stronger, they wouldn't have been able to stop the palm. It pierced through the 2 wings and ruthlessly slapped Sima Yun's face. Bang! He spat out a mouthful of blood after the slap. Keep in mind that as a high god, his body was as tough as steel, but blood still gushed like crazy. A tooth fell out as well. The crowd was silent at the outcome of this first exchange. A high god with 2 totems was at a disadvantage and suffered a great humiliation. Little animal, you're dead. Sima Yun couldn't stay calm. This was the most humiliating moment since his debut, being slapped like this. If he couldn't take down Li Chia now, there was no need for him to show his face in public in the future. Boom! A mountain seal exploded in his hand. Next, an evil mountain descended from the sky, wishing to flatten Li Chia. But the Buddhist palm with runes rotating around it stopped the mountain. It looked like an eternal attack. Activate. Sima Yun's mountain seal became dazzlingly resplendent, illuminating the entire world. The aura of a high god ravaged the entire area like a devastating primal tsunami. Roar! Evil dragons rushed out of the mountain, making the seal seem like a dragon nest. Bang! 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 Evil dragons rushed for the Buddhist palm. Under their assault, the light of the palm weakened as if it could be shattered at any moment. Little animal, I'm going to taste your blood. With a cruel expression, Sima Yun's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. As long as he captured Li Chia, the worst of torture would ensue. A high god with 2 totems is truly strong. Many turned pale, wondering if Li Chia could handle it or not. Bang! The palm eventually crumbled. Roar! Several hundred evil dragons howled after they left the nest and went straight for Li Chia in order to eviscerate him. Little animal, you're finished. Sima Yun shouted in a frenzy. I am Buddha. Li Chia only chuckled and chanted a resonating phrase. With a loud explosion, an immeasurable foot of a Buddha stomped down from above. One could see a sun, moon, and other celestials hovering around it. Galaxies were hanging above and flowing like waterfalls. Boundless runes covered this foot like an ocean, capable of drowning the entire Buddhist plain. Boom! The dragons were instantly crushed like insignificant little worms. Ah! Next, Sima Yun was trampled on the ground with his blood spurting out. Crack! The bones in his body broke one by one. This foot acted as a monstrous world pushing down on him. He was powerless to resist in this scenario. This scene shocked everyone more than anything they have seen earlier. A two-totem high god was completely defeated and trampled by this foot. They would never believe this tale if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Even the emperors inside Imperial Change were startled by the gigantic foot from the sky. They looked at it in silence. Despite not knowing who it was, these emperors understood that an overlord had taken action. This had to be a supreme Buddha, a master of the Tao of Buddhism. It was quite unwise to oppose such a being inside Buddhist realm. At this time, someone looked up at the foot. There was no end in sight, as if there was indeed a Buddha situated in the crevice of the sky. It was as large as the heaven and earth, mountains and rivers were so tiny in comparison. Chapter 1907. A two-totem high god was trampled beneath that foot like an ant. It made everyone feel that he was completely trivial. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Just how powerful was this foot to be able to accomplish this task? Li Chia glanced at Sima Yun and said flatly, "A two-totem high god can't even be an appetizer for me. In the Buddhist plane, even an ancient god needs to tuck their tail between their legs before me." He had the Buddhist seed right now, so he could control the entire plane. The strength of an entire epoch was in his possession. Even though it was only the remnant of an epoch, it still allowed him to be invincible. Not to mention the surroundings, even the entire plane was silent. It wasn't a personal power at this moment but the congregation of the might of the plane itself. "Brat, you," Sima Yun cried out while feeling both anger and fear. "Ah!" With a cracking sound, the foot pushed down, rendering him into a bloody meat paste. He didn't even have the chance to act livid, let alone resist. He was fighting against an epoch, so he was completely insignificant in comparison, despite being a high god. When the foot disappeared, only a flattened meat paste was left. A sanguine stench touched everyone's tip of the nose. Ugh! Some couldn't help but vomit, not because of the particular stench, but because they were scared out of their mind. Back on Eternal, Qin Bailey saw the whole thing and shook his head. "Ignorant fool, Li Chia is capable of becoming a Buddha with a single thought and could even leave the embryo. He has no opponent in the Buddhist plane. This is the holy birthplace of Buddhism. Going against someone who has total control of this Tao is so unwise. Not to mention a minor god, even an emperor would need to evaluate their strength first." Qin Bailey was still the ruler of an imperial lineage. His knowledge was far beyond an ordinary expert. After seeing Li Chia left the Buddhist embryo at the Golden Shrine, he was aware that Li Chia could use any of the Buddhist techniques. Keep in mind that there were other Buddhist lineages in the 13 continents. However, the true origin of this doctrine was from this place. Many monks became enlightened here and eventually started their own temples. Thus, opposing a supreme Buddha like Li Chia in this place was truly foolish. A Buddha like this had an absolute advantage on his home territory. The entire scene was trembling. The more timid members were sitting flat on their butts. Li Chia simply smiled and started walking towards Tame Dragon Child, who was completely pale with weakened knees. "You, don't come over here, don't come over here." The man acted as if he was looking at a ghost. He was truly aghast at this second. Li Chia chuckled, "Anyone else? Tell them to come out so I can deal with them all at once, no need to waste time." Don't be so contemptuous. My master is Tame Dragon High God." The man was crawling away. "I know, your master is Tame Dragon High God, no need to repeat it. Li Chia gently waved his sleeve. Tell your master and uncles to come, I'll flatten them all to rid the world of evil. You. Tame Dragon Child was speechless. He realized that the fame of his master was not enough to deter Li Chia. Some spectators felt quite good to see this guy pissing in his pants, especially those who have suffered in his hand. They felt that Li Chia was ridding them of indignation. If your worthless master isn't coming, then I'll break your bones and peel your skin. Oh, I'll hang your skin outside of Imperial Change so that your master can go pick up your corpse later. Li Chia smirked at the frightened man. Little animal. I'm going to take you down. Tame Dragon Child was pushed to the edge and crazily screamed. With a cracking noise, his forehead actually broke to pieces and strings of light rushed out. Buzz. These were strings of bright blood. They seemed to be weightless and were floating in front of Tame Dragon Child. As more blood came out, they gathered together to form a single drop. It was sparkling and translucent, quite a beautiful drop of blood. It seemed to have experienced countless refinements. Blood of the heart, this is the essence of the essence, he doesn't want to live. Someone cried out. It was the most precious drop of blood from Tame Dragon Child. Once it was gone, not only would his body be gone too, but his true fate would also be damaged. This was a perilous endeavor. Bang! This blood jewel suddenly collapsed. Rumble. The might of high gods ravaged the four directions like a tsunami engulfing everything. The entire earth quaked in response. Buzz. A portal opened and 9 stately figures instantly appeared before Tame Dragon Child. Black flames engulfed the sky and ferociously swept through everything. Just this brutal aura alone could scare the soul out of cultivators. It's the Tame Dragon Cavalry. A sect master blanched at their arrival. In a short time, so many retreated, some even ran for dear life. This infamous cavalry had a terrible reputation. Just its name alone was enough to frighten people. No, these are just Tao avatars with the wills of the high gods. An ancestor saw through the 9 figures. Alas, these Tao avatars empowered with their wills were still extremely powerful. This was different from a remnant intent. It was nearly the same as if the high gods were here with their real body. Normally, the descendants would only be able to summon Tao avatars from living emperors and high gods. The dead ones could only leave behind their will and intent, not the Tao avatar. Because of this, Tao avatar summoning was much more powerful than the simpler version. Nevertheless, their aura was still enough to crush the firmaments and make the realms tremble due to their sheer number. Are they trying to utterly crush him? The crowd felt their scalp tingling from horror. This cavalry hasn't appeared for a long time now, so their re-emergence was naturally shocking. Master, he's the one who killed first brother. You must avenge him. Tame Dragon Child grew bolder after seeing these Tao avatars. In the blink of an eye, the avatars stared at Li Chia. Their glare was quite frightening, capable of penetrating all things in this world. Brat, will you commit suicide or do we have to do it for you? The largest figure among the 9 asked. That's Tame Dragon High God. An ancestor immediately recognized the voice and knew who it was despite the figures being unrecognizable. He turned pale even though he was a character of the ancestor level. Tame Dragon High God was quite brutal and had a penchant for torture. Because of this, people were afraid of just hearing his name, let alone his actual voice. Only a bunch of nobodies. Li Chia glanced at the High God and said, even if your real body was here, you're only ants in my eyes, yet you dare to hoot in front of me? I should be the one asking, will you all commit suicide or do I have to do it? Such a matchless domineering style, looking down on even the gods. One with 11 totems was actually called a nobody by Li Chia. Chapter 1908, You Court Death. The 11 totem high god roared, shocking the myriad realms and breaking the stars. The laws of the world wailed, all were nothing before his voice. The experts and beings were quivering. Boom! The 9 high gods attacked together, seemingly part of one being. Their divine flames blotted out the momentum of all creations. In this split moment, all spatial realms and domains were sealed by their flames. Oh Mother! The cataclysmic flames coming out of nowhere scared the hell out of the visitors in Buddhist plane. Personal strength no longer mattered since all would be swept by its might. The strong dropped to the ground while the weak soiled their pants. Boom! The divine flames crazily shrank and gathered in a single spot. A black hole came into being, capable of sucking and devouring all things. Stars were victims as well. They instantly crumbled after being sucked inside and turned to ashes. There was no point in trying to escape. This power was enough to swallow the entire plane. Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia placed both palms together for a mudra. There was no overly dazzling Buddhist light and affinity this time around. It was only a faint glow around his body. But he seemed to be crossing through eternity and the river of time itself. This was a being from an old epoch traveling to this world, no longer restrained by the yin-yang temporal sphere. He still had the same physical appearance with a faint glow. Alas, he had become an everlasting grand Tao, capable of persevering through the epochs to the present day and even the future. He was the start of an epoch, one of Buddhism, that will continue to flow towards the unknown. Buzz. Multiple kingdoms appeared around the plane. Each of these Buddhist kingdoms was massive. One of them was even larger than Pure. Multiple sacred Buddhas were present in each kingdom, spanning from one era to another. They seemed to have come here from the past just to greet Wuxia. Furthermore, trillions and trillions of beings in these kingdoms were quite different from each other with the exception of one thing, their faith in Buddhism. Amitabha. The all-too-familiar chant echoed across exploration grounds. A Buddhist affinity finally permeated throughout the entire area. The Buddhist plane had become dazzling with this light, just like the rebirth of an epoch. In the perilous locations of exploration grounds, many pairs of eyes lit up and turned towards the light. The citizens from the countless eras and the Buddhas were all bowing at Wuxia. The faith of an entire epoch was gathering on him. At this moment, Wuxia, who was still himself, became the creator of an epoch, the master of Buddhist plane. The cultivators instantly kneeled. Wuxia didn't have a divinity suppressing them at all, but they instinctively did so, not wanting to stand up. A grand Buddha with a golden avatar. The princess was aware of the significance. Boom! Wuxia slightly raised his fist and a Buddhist palm descended. It instantly crushed the black hole and went straight for the 9 high gods. You dare? Tame Dragon High God furiously shouted, but the palm was already before them. Boom! Their struggle was meaningless since they were instantly rendered to ashes without the chance to scream. This shocking scene made other high gods and even emperors who were watching tremble in fear. Even though it wasn't their real body, this was still a formidable force, yet it was annihilated with a single palm. These members of the Tame Dragon Squadron were mere ants before him, not enough to do anything. Buddhist plane fell into a silence again. Cultivators were prostrating on the ground without moving in the slightest. They didn't even dare to look up at all. Too weak. Wuxia said leisurely, maybe a 12-will emperor will be able to put up a good fight. Such a nonchalant comment was quite frightening. An 11-totem high god was too weak. The latter part of that sentence was even more domineering. After the Buddhist seed showed its power, some emperors inside Imperial changed gently side. They had nothing to say since they were aware of this thing in Wuxia's possession. The seed allowed him to be invincible in this area since he could control the plane. What was left of an epoch was under his grasp. In fact, when they built Imperial change outside of Buddhist plane, they were already thinking about the seed. In the end, none was able to obtain it. This wasn't to say that these emperors were too weak. First, they didn't have the right Buddhist fate. Second, they didn't wish to be involved in the associated karma due to the threat of the heavenly annihilation. At that point, even hiding in exploration grounds would be pointless. The execution would come down and destroy them. This was because the karma of the Buddhist seed was too great. Plus, they were already powerful beings. These emperors wondered about Li Qia's origin to be able to obtain the seed. This turned him into a grand Buddha with a golden avatar in the plain. In the long Buddhist epic, there were only 9 golden Buddhas. Meanwhile, the plain was still considered part of this epic. Thus, how strong was a golden Buddha walking in his own epic? Like Li Qia had said, he would be able to fight against a 12-will emperor. Therefore, both high gods and emperors didn't want to provoke Li Qia, a golden Buddha, in his own territory. Number was no longer a factor, all would be annihilated in a battle with him. Li Qia dispersed the Buddhist light. He was still the same guy as before, as if nothing had transpired. He walked towards Tame Dragon Child, who was paralyzed on the ground. His fear had rendered him unable to crawl and escape. There was no strength left in his body. Naturally, one could also smell urine coming from his trousers. Anything else? Li Qia chuckled and said, "I'm afraid your master and uncle won't be coming here any longer." Tame Dragon Child opened his mouth, but no words came out, for he was stricken with fear. Scheming in front of me? Even the greatest of machination is only a mere speck of dust before me. Just a simple wave of the hand and it will cease from being. Li Qia continued. This was indeed the truth. Most schemes were useless before absolute power. It was akin to a mortal scheming before an immortal emperor, quite a naive and foolish endeavor. Chapter 1909. If there's nothing else, then I'll bid you goodbye. Li Qia chuckled and casually pointed forward. Tame Dragon Child was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. He thought he was smart and had been coming up with schemes ever since Li Qia got the treasure from Hope. He decided to carry out the plan at the Buddhist plain. In his mind, as long as his plan was successful, Li Qia would be public enemy number 1. At that point, Li Qia would need to rely on their master in order to survive. Thus, his treasures would no longer belong to him. But the plan he was so proud of was only a joke in Li Qia's eyes. It was meaningless before absolute power, just like a speck of dust. Li Qia withdrew his gaze and glanced at the chests of treasures on the ground. Take back what belongs to you. They are only scraps, not enough to get in my sight. Any treasure from the Golden Shrine is superior than these things here. No one dared to retort to the rather rude comment. Even Yin Huali was completely silent. They understood that it was only a scheme from Tame Dragon Child earlier. Plus, someone of Li Qia's level had no need for their treasure. As he said, he could randomly pick anything out of the Golden Shrine and it would still be much superior. After Li Qia and the princess left, they quickly took back their treasures. No one dared to grab anything that didn't belong to them because Li Qia's authoritative comment was still lingering in their mind. If Li Qia were to find out of any wrongdoing, they would be dead for sure. Thus, a nonchalant comment from him became the inviolable words of laws. When the two passed by the location of the Buddhist bell, Li Qia gave it another look. It was still hanging in the sky with experts still hiding in the broken space. They were biding their time for the right moment to take it. Li Qia simply reached out for the bell. Clank. The bell ringed, but it didn't attack Li Qia. It emitted a Buddhist light with an indescribable sense of harmonization. He easily obtained the bell after the ring like the plucking of a fruit. This astounded the hiding experts and high gods nearby. Everyone knew that the bell was quite powerful, not inferior to any imperial Dao weapon. That's the reason why so many coveted it. Alas, all failed, including low-level high gods, hence the astonishment of the crowd. That's the man who turned into a Buddha. Anyone else taking the bell would instantly be surrounded by the experts here. However, after noticing that it was Li Qia, they could only bemoan their own fortune. Some even waited for several thousand years here, only for this to happen. This was because they saw the scene at Buddhist Plain earlier when Li Qia killed gods like crushing ants. Messing with him was simply suicidal. Eventually, these experts dispersed since there was no more chance of taking this bell. Li Qia gently flicked the bell to remove the associated karma and gave it to Jilin Princess. He said insipidly, "You have a fateful connection with Buddhism, so keep this with you. It will be beneficial." "What about the karma?" the princess blurted out. Even though Li Chia had removed it, the karma wouldn't disappear just like that and had entered his karmic fate. "The karma I shoulder is beyond your imagination, this little bit can't reach the apex," Li Chia said, "plus, I can also leave the Buddhist embryo whenever." There was no karma greater than the one in the Buddhist seed in the entire plane, same with the karma of this bell. "Thank you, young noble." The princess regained her wits and accepted the bell. She bowed deeply towards him without refusing the gift. "Ha ha ha, virtuous niece, I didn't expect to see you here at Buddhist Plain." At this time, a boisterous laughter came about. A burly old man landed from above. His eyes were large like a spirit bull, beard long like a horse's mane, but made from steel. This resulted in a mighty package. His gray hair indicated his old age, but he was still as vigorous like a tiger. This was definitely a fierce cultivator. "Uncle Lin." The princess was surprised to see a senior at the plane. "You're here as well?" "Ha, little lass. I haven't seen you in a couple of years, but you're so big now. I'll go have a drink at your house later." The old man laughed and said. "Why are you here, uncle?" she asked. "Sigh, don't ask." The old man looked at Li Chia and smacked his lips. "For a few years now, I've been wanting this Buddhist bell because I do lack a suitable weapon. Unfortunately, I couldn't take it at all. Looks like a waste of time now." The princess understood right away. So it turned out that the guy was hiding in the sky and waiting for the bell. "Young noble, this is my Uncle Lin, a high god." The princess introduced the two of them. "Little lass, don't call me a god. A minor one like me can't get into this Dao brother's sight." The old man laughed and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. "This little old man is Shirhun Lin, born and pure. To be able to meet you in the fortune accumulated from 3 lifetimes." The princess chortled after hearing the old man's humble tone, but she wasn't surprised. Shirhun Lin wasn't much in the presence of an overlord like Li Chia. Shirhun Lin was a friend of the Jilin clan and was especially close to the princess' father since they got along at first meeting just like old drinking buddies. He was very strong with a set of 3 totems. He was an unreachable existence in the eyes of others. However, he was still humble as ever when talking to Li Chia despite his old age and great power. He even referred to Li Chia as Dao brother while calling himself little old man. He had seen Li Chia's Buddhist transformation process with his own eyes. This was a being capable of meeting God, slaying God. He wasn't much compared to the group of tame dragon high god, who himself had 11 totems. Their avatars got instantly annihilated. Thus, Hunlin didn't dare to be disrespectful with his verbal formalities. Li Chia only glanced at him and slightly nodded. Others might view this as a lack of courtesy, but Hunlin didn't think so. Someone who was capable of turning into a grand Buddha with a golden avatar was qualified to act so imperiously. "Virtuous niece, where are you two heading off to?" Hunlin smiled and said. "Remote wildland." She answered. His eyes lit up in response. "I just happen to have nothing to do anyway, mind if I tag along?" Despite asking the princess, his eyes were still on Li Chia because he knew that Li Chia was the decider. The princess also looked at Li Chia, not daring to respond. "That's fine." Li Chia chuckled and continued forward. Hunlin immediately got closer, acting like a young servant instead of a high god. He laughed and said, "Someone like me is not enough to be an appetizer to a ferocious place like remote wildland. To be able to follow brother to this place to broaden my horizon is truly a blessing." The comment was slightly exaggerated, but the wildland was indeed quite perilous. Even high gods wouldn't dare to go there recklessly. Once, a grand emperor with 11 wills had fallen in that place. The group didn't take long before returning to Eternal. The ship captain was standing there and waiting for Li Chia. "Go now." After seeing his expression, Li Chia gently waved his sleeve and the princess took her leave. "Sir, This is the VIP guest list. When they were finally alone, the captain bowed deeply before handing Li Chia a list. Li Chia flipped the pages and smiled. Looks like quite a few of these monstrosities are coming to go all out at remote wildland. They're taking a coffin with them, but I don't dare to guess what is inside. The captain respectfully said. It's useless, whatever they're taking along. Li Chia freely said, the things in the wildland can't be obtained by the likes of them. If they keep on thinking that they'll be able to get stuff from there just because of a little connection due to their origin, they'll die so fast. The captain stood there without daring to ask more. Despite being quite mighty himself, this matter far exceeded him. It was at the level of emperors. Chapter 1910. Li Chia closed the list and gave it back to the captain while commenting, certain things shouldn't exist in this world, but of course, not a few aberrants could do anything to change it. The captain accepted the list without daring to reply. Li Chia said flatly, anything else? The captain quietly said after a brief rumination, the Majesties asks if you need any help in remote wildland, sir? These emperors behind Eternal were naturally awe-inspiring. They could sweep through the 10 realms, never facing defeat. But now, even they had to ask if they could be of service. In this world, people would need to beg for the help of emperors. But now, these emperors were doing the opposite and offering their service to Li Chia. Is this a probe? Li Chia chuckled while staring at the captain. If I say I need help, they'll be able to guess my intention better? No, of course not. The captain quickly waved both hands. Sir, please don't misunderstand, this is not our intention at all. Our lords only wish to lend their assistance. The captain was right to be nervous. Even his emperors were very careful, let alone a minor character like him before an overlord. No need to be so anxious. Li Chia waved his sleeve. If I was offended by Qi Gong's group, you wouldn't be standing here in front of me right now. The captain heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He has been quite afraid, despite not completely knowing Li Chia's true origin. Nevertheless, the upper echelon showed great prudence, and this, in turn, scared him as well. Li Chia gazed towards the horizon and said, in the 13 continents, only Qi Gong's group know of my arrival. As for old geezer Qian's group, they wouldn't talk about me with others. Heavenly authority has always been imperious, old geezer Qian is even more unfathomable. The captain nodded in agreement. Heavenly authority was rumored to be one of the strongest organizations, made up of several strongest grand emperors. Many emperors from the heaven race weren't qualified to join it either. Some even said that 10 world emperors in that organization weren't exposed to the real issues either. Only World Emperor and his peers were privy to the top information. Li Chia withdrew his gaze and slowly said, if Qi Gong is aware of my identity, then they should know that I have plans for coming to remote wildland, and of course, they also know that very few things could attract my attention. This lowly one knows nothing about this. The Majesties are only worrying that other emperors might join in too, so they ordered me to ask. The other emperors? Li Chia said, the items in remote wildland are indeed tempting even for emperors. Inevitability is the nature of the world, some things can't be hidden forever. Plus, emperors have divination capabilities. The captain agreed. In exploration grounds, the remote wildland had certain things that even the emperors coveted. Old geezer Qian was aware of his coming, but he wouldn't tell the others. He wasn't a talkative one, and his organization didn't like sharing information either. The ones that knew about his arrival were the emperors that had some relations with him in the past. A few of them probably heard something from the imperial cabinet. The ones behind Eternal knew of Li Chia's identity, but they were speculating the purpose of his trip. Even though they have met him before, they weren't his confidants, unlike Immortal Emperor Min Ren and the others. Thus, they didn't dare to take action without asking. You can tell our masters that when I need them, I will let them know. But they should know of my personality, I don't like people spying on me. Li Chia eventually said. Sir, I will definitely send the message. The captain hurriedly responded. As for the other emperors that might come, don't worry about that. If they think about interfering for a cup of soup, then let them come. Li Chia said, remote wildland is a good place, it needs a few emperors as an offering. High gods alone aren't enough, only emperors are this valuable. With that, he revealed a deep and mysterious smile. The captain shuddered in response. Emperors were usually a taboo topic for others, but as he was listening and looking at Li Chia, he saw an outrageous illusion. He felt as if emperors were only praise at this moment. Li Chia was an overlord hiding in the shadows, waiting for emperors to come knocking on his door. Then he would open his massive jaws to devour them. Let's go. Li Chia told the captain, I never mistreat those who follow me. If there is a big harvest at remote wildland, your masters will also receive their just rewards. This lowly one understands. The captain bowed and said, I will repeat every word. Next, he asked, and about the passengers on the ship, sir, how do you want to deal with them? Let them be. There is an adage for this, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Only at the last second will we know who really is the prey. Affirmative, sir. The captain bowed once more before quietly leaving. Li Chia contemplated in silence for a while before murmuring with a faint smile, maybe it really is time to offer some imperial blood. Don't blame me for your blindness leading to death. He returned to his room and sealed the space around him. He took out Heaven Reckon and carefully inspected it. This was an extremely heaven-defying treasure, the apex creation of an epoch. Not offensive focus but still amazing enough. He evaluated, it doesn't affect the outcome of a war too much. When one breaks out, others will find more relevant artifacts. This ruler wasn't meant for battle, only a supporting type. Because of this, others didn't try to obtain it despite its nature of being an apex treasure. If it was a paragon artifact meant for war, the emperors would have paid any price to grab it. I guess we'll wait and see the harvest at remote wildland. Li Chia thought to himself. The trip to Buddhist Plain this time was only out of convenience since it was on the way. Same with Heaven Reckon, his real goal was the wildland. When the darkness comes, the paragon artifacts will surely appear. His eyes were gazing into the distance. He eventually sighed and said, saving the world is not just about wiping away the darkness. No one will be able to do so forever because the darkness in the heart is indestructible. He didn't want to be a savior, but when the time comes, he had no choice but to take a stand. There was no other choice, he wasn't one to sit idly by and watch. Hopefully, a conclusion will come soon. He continued his reflection, at the final moment, we'll find out who are good and bad guys of this world. The world has no idea right now. Good and bad, guardians and saviors, wise sages and devils. The inhabitants of this world simply had no clue. Perhaps the wise sages in their eyes were actually monsters. At the same time, the ones they denounced as butchers were actually the real guardians. But ultimately, morality and judgment weren't something he cared for. He was thinking about how to flatten some problematic people and tying up some loose ends. There were existences slumbering in the darkness, ones far beyond the imagination of men. But he didn't care for them. He'll sweep through everything all the same in this generation. Chapter 1911. After finishing the supply run, Eternal started again on the path to remote wildland. The wildland was the last stop of exploration grounds and also its most deserted region. This was naturally due to its notorious perils. Not to mention ordinary experts, even gods and emperors could die in there. During the long journey, Eternal became serene because very few passengers were heading for the wildland. Even those rich enough wouldn't dare to take this fatal risk. Li Chia cultivated along the way without coming out. Wu Fengying had come to find him several times but was turned away by the princess. He gave an order of not seeing any guest on top of sealing the space around him. Strange enough, Wu Fengying didn't cause trouble either and waited quietly. The princess continued doing her duty well while inside the room was completely silent. This made the princess think that Li Qia was focused on cultivating and understanding the supreme grand Tao. Little did she know that the room was actually empty. He wasn't in the room at all and only sealed the space there. In fact, he wasn't even inside Eternal. No one knew when he had left, since his whereabouts was untraceable even for 12 Will Emperors. The truth was that even going to remote Wildland was only an excuse. His real goal was to meet a particular person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was his purpose in Pure. This was a top-secret meeting, no one else was allowed to know about it. In a spatial location unbeknownst to everything was being concealed. Other existences have no way of calculating the things going on in this place, not even overlords and top emperors. It was a secretive location outside of the heaven's eyes. He sat there quietly, seemingly becoming one with this mystical space. Secretive wasn't enough to describe this place. Only 2 people were aware of its location. One was Li Qia, the other was the person he was waiting for. Even immortal Emperor Min Ren back then didn't know of it. There was a tale inside, one that could never be revealed. Eventually, space fluctuated and the person he was waiting on had finally arrived. This person was just as mysterious as this location. His figure, symbol, identity, and name were completely concealed. No one could ever divine any of it. "You're late," Li Qia said with a smile. He was the only person who knew of this person's identity. "The way is long, it's not that easy to get here. Plus, too many eyes, so leaving home is hard." The person smiled back. "It's time for this generation to come and go," Li Qia said. "Even if it doesn't come, it is still time to end this since you have decided to depart." The person replied. "Indeed." Li Qia smiled. "After sweeping through all the bothersome fellas is when I have to leave so that I can start the final battle without any worries." "Are you confident?" The person seriously said. "If you could come back triumphantly, then the problems here are simply trivial, you can dust the away like cobwebs. Who can be completely confident on this path? Too many have tried before but none has been successful. It's not as simple as starting an entirely new epoch." Li Qia replied. The person contemplated in silence and found himself agreeing. No one knew what would be after the final battle, even with a victory. "This is my insurance," Li Qia said. "After finishing the problematic ones here, I can continue on with peace of mind. More importantly, even if I can't come back alive, the current darkness won't be around in this place since they would already be taken care of. So, the fate of the world will be up to you in the future in that case. Let's see you and the others can lead the world through it or not. I'm also not a world savior, this path is not for me to protect." The person smiled and shook his head. "Who knows?" Li Qia responded. "I'm a butcher in everyone's mind. As for emperors like yourself, I'm here, the dark hand behind the curtain. You always refuse this notion, but you have always been the one unable to let go. Why not let the world know?" The person said. "Don't you have a secret identity too? How many are actually aware of it?" Li Qia said. "You could have chosen a different path, but you continued on this one. Why is that?" "My reputation is meaningless to me, it's fine that nothing is left of me in this epoch too. I'm just doing what I want, that's all, not trying to be a savior or a guardian." The person stopped bringing this up because it was indeed their choice. One wrong move and they would be denounced by the world for an eternity. If they were to fail, then they would be branded as evil monsters. Nevertheless, they stuck with their path because without doing so, darkness would descend even before the inevitable destruction in the future. What about those old geezers? They finally got to the point. This was a heaven-shaking plan they have been brewing for a long time now. "Hiding quite well," the person replied. "They know very well that some emperors won't give up and Zhao Heng's group won't stop either. There is no new information on them and Zhao Heng's group. Don't worry, Zhao Heng won't die so easily." Li Qia couldn't help but smile. Given his personality, as long as it is within his grasp, he'll keep on fighting to the end. These emperors have paid a great price on their path. Their contribution won't be inferior to Immortal Emperor Min Ren and those who have embarked on the ultimate expedition. Other invincible immortal emperors such as Jiao Heng chose a different path from the ultimate expedition. This was related to an eternal yet secretive war. Maybe you should find Pure Wood, he'll have even more information. The person said. It's not that easy to meet Pure Wood. He'll appear when the time is right since he has his own plans and calculations. The guy knows his stuff after living for so long. Li Qie stated. Purewood Divine Emperor was the first Grand Emperor of the 13 continents and also the most mysterious one. No one knew anything about him or even whether he was alive or not. Ultimately, even if they don't want to come out, we'll bait the snakes into living their nest by tempting them with something. Li Qie said. We'll need to get rid of some emperors first. The person added, whether it be you or me, when the war begins, I can't be sure that everyone will be on our side. Plus, some emperors have made their stance clear. At that point, we might be besieged on both sides. Certainly. Li Qie smiled, we'll cut off their wings so they can't fly. Remove their fangs as well because if it keeps on growing, we won't be able to lead them out of hiding. We'll lose our chance then. Who do we start with? The person asked. We can't be too obvious in this, right? Li Qie said, it's fine for us to have a mental list. Kill who deserves death, whether they be a grand emperor or an immortal monarch. Do not allow them to stand on the other side. Chapter 1912. The duo planned many things in their secret meeting place. They discussed the unseen tales relating to the emperors, the important ones with 10 wills and up. The low-level ones weren't qualified to be part of their conversation. The content would shock the entire 13 continents since it involved the great characters from the previous generations. They also talked about the current state of these emperors and their recent movements. For example, which one was creating a supreme weapon? Another was wanting to sneak into an ominous ground? A different one wanting a rebirth? The top emperors must make their stance clear. Li Qie said solemnly. I agree. The person became serious as well. In the contemporary, the 13 continents only had 4 surviving emperors with 12 wills: Purewood Divine Emperor, World Emperor, Profound Emperor, and Immortal Monarch Yi. Purewood was a dragon whose tail couldn't be seen. He has always been elusive, everything about him remained shrouded with mysteries. As for World Emperor, he has been the Dark Crow's rival for generations. Many emperors were aware of this lifelong rivalry. It might not be that easy. The person said slowly, after Crimson Emperor got rid of one will, it's virtually impossible to find him now. Won't be easy to figure out his stance. One more person should be included when talking about top emperors. Crimson Emperor was the 6th Grand Emperor with 12 wills. He was from the Devil race and took the title of Crimson in order to honor Flame Emperor. For some unknown reasons, he decided to remove one will and became an 11-will emperor. Nevertheless, people remained prudent when dealing with him, not only because he once had 12 wills but also due to his frightening bestowment bloodline. Bestowment was the Devil race's immortal blood. The combination of having 11 wills and this bloodline allowed him to become a dreadful existence, feared by other emperors. Moreover, there was a rumor stating that he had inherited the true immortal armament of Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor was the 3rd to have 12 wills. He was also from the Devil race and had one of the 5 true immortal armaments once. Unfortunately, his life ended due to the heavenly execution. His armament became missing from then on. It wasn't until the emergence of Crimson Emperor did there were rumors of him possessing Flame Emperor's old armament. Just imagine, his personal power combined with a true immortal armament. The world believed he was still on the same level with the other 12-will emperors. He was a unique 11-will emperor in this regard. No one would dare to question his capabilities since he had 12 wills once in the first place. Yes, Crimson Emperor has been very elusive. Li Qie nodded, don't worry, I'll find him. If he truly wants to walk the path of Flame Emperor, he'll know the right choice to make. Not sure about profound emperor. The person said, his attitude is very unclear about the future and even towards his own divine race and the others. It's not as clear as Heaven Authority, so I'm quite wary about him. Heaven Authority was an organization of Grand Emperors led by World Emperor. Their stance was very clear, to support and prosper the Heaven race. Li Chia said, it is a bit dangerous. 12 Will Emperors are always being watched attentively. Both we and the enemies want them on our side. If Profound Emperor won't make a choice, then we must kill him. It's a double-edged knife, able of stabbing the enemy's weak spot but also ours. These top emperors had immense destructive power and could change the overall situation quite a bit once they took action. Thus, they were an important topic in this conversation. That's true. We might need to be more forceful because if he were to backstab us when the darkness comes, it'll incite chaos. More prudence is required. The person said. Yes, we're actually quite good on the ancient gods front right now, just need to worry about Profound Emperor. Li Chia commended. I'll be watching each of his actions. The person said, as for Immortal Monarch Yi, no need for me to waste time. I'm sure you know the monarch's stance the best. I can make a decision for Yi. Li Chia nodded, so right now, keep a tight eye on Profound Emperor. If he were to show any sign of joining the enemy, focus all of our firepower to annihilate him. It'll be much more problematic, letting him have a chance when the war breaks out. So be it. The person nodded. They were planning the most shocking battle in this world, relating to the old origin of this epoch. Victory was a necessity, and not a barely won one either. They must completely dominate in the future or they would be powerless to start an ultimate expedition in the future. After numerous discussions, the person finally half-jokingly said, though you are quite heaven-defying and borderline being invincible, it's easy to dodge the spear in the open, hard to avoid a stab in the dark. You need to create an unsurpassable defensive artifact. If someone in the shadows wants to ambush you, ordinary weapons won't do. But who knows if they have a paragon artifact? Even if you could survive, the injuries will still be grievous. At that point, all the emperors might laugh at you, the teacher of Immortal Emperor, for all of his calculating prowess, still got played by someone. Despite the playful tone, there was still a hint of truth. They were aware of the enemy's capabilities. Perhaps it's the right time to create a paragon artifact then. Li Chia chuckled while slightly shifting his gaze. If possible, a true immortal armament will do too. The person said seriously. To which Li Chia responded, now might not be the time, but that's also another possibility. Back then, Min Ren wanted to leave behind his but I refused. We'll talk about this later, if all the conditions are right, the monarch set can work too. There were a total of 5 immortal armaments in the world. Purewood Divine Emperor, World Emperor, and Crimson Emperor all had one. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Min Ren took his to the ultimate expedition. The last one belonged to the 6th Dao monarch, but it went missing after his death to the heavenly execution. Many emperors have searched for it before. After all, possessing one would be an immense boost in power. Alas, despite their effort, the set's location remained a mystery. The person nodded. 6th Dao monarch set, We can give that a try. If all options are exhausted later, we'll make the decision then. Isn't this trip to remote wildland an experiment too? Li Chia said with a smile, it doesn't have to be a true immortal armament, the wildland has some good stuff that isn't inferior. We'll see if fortune is on my side this time around. The two continued on for a bit before hitting the next topic. It would be great if we can find Zhao Heng's group for this war. The person said, since we need to be decisive and end the war as fast as possible, with the help of Zhao Heng's group and our own forces right now, we'll have about a 90% chance of victory. Li Chia replied, it's been a long time so that's hard to say but I'm more excited about Geezer Purewood. That old man is more wily than a demon. He'll be the one to do what no one else can. Anyway, I still have hopes that a new 12-will emperor will come out in this generation. Someone you brought here? The person's eyes became serious. Who knows? Maybe someone from the 13 continents too. Li Qie said. The person disagreed, unlikely. Ren Sheng and Jin Gu were good candidates, but they have given up one chance. But even if a 12-will emperor were to come out, they would be too inexperienced and unpredictable, unable to resist all the temptations. You know, since that time is coming, the other side is prone to take actions too. It won't be good if this new emperor joins the other side. That's why we need to be able to control who will become the next 12-will emperor. If we can't, then we won't allow for one to appear. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 1913. The two continued to debate and came up with decisions for multiple matters. They left after everything was concluded and used the most secretive method to return to their location. There was no trace left of their journey since they have erased all clues from the temporal spatial sphere. No one had a chance to sear or calculate it. Outside of the duo, no one else was aware that this meeting had decided the fate of many on top of deciding the future direction. Even emperors were included in these secret plans. Back at Eternal, Jilin Princess did not allow anyone to get close to Li Qie's room. There were other people waiting in the courtyard as well, one man and one woman. Both were quite young. The woman was Wu Fengying, who has been waiting for several days now. Creak. The door opened with Li Qie stepping out. Young noble. The princess heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she didn't think anything would happen to him, but anxiety was still there after the several days of silence. Are we at the wildland yet? Li Qie smiled and stretched as if he had just woken up or got done with a cultivation session. He looked a bit fatigued. However, his fatigue wasn't an act. He had crossed through time and space without leaving any trace behind. This naturally did a number on him. Not yet, still a few more days. The princess hurriedly responded. Li Qie gently nodded in response. Good, let me know if you need me. With that, he leisurely turned to go back inside the room. He had already accomplished his goal of meeting that person this time. The remote wildland was only out of convenience. That's why he was in a very relaxed situation. Li, no, young noble Li. Suddenly, Wu Fengying called him back. Li Qie turned around and looked at Fengying, then the man next to her. She looked different today. Normally, she had an armor and looked just like an indomitable warrior, not letting the opposite sex get the better of her. But now, she wore a pink dress that was fluttering in the air and looked quite beautiful. By all means, she was originally beautiful. Alas, violence and domineering were also her ever-present company, so people forgot about how pretty she was. So now, when she wore a regular dress, using kingdom toppling wasn't an exaggeration to describe her. People would definitely fall in love with her at first sight. Her personality seemed to have changed completely today. Each step was graceful, just like her current gentle demeanor. Young noble Li. I was naive and didn't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. I have offended, she bowed and apologized. Li Qie took a second look at her. This was indeed hard to believe unless one were to see it in person. This woman didn't resemble the old Wu Fengying at all. The princess wanted to laugh but had to hold it in, so she whispered to Li Qie, Citadel Lord Wu has been waiting for you for several days now. She is sincerely apologizing. The princess could only put in some good words for Fengying. As for whether their relationship would improve or not, that was outside of her control. Li Qie looked at the feminine woman and teased, Am I seeing things? Is the sun rising from the west now? You're like an entirely different person. Shut up. Don't be so outrageous. Fengying couldn't restrain herself and revealed her true fierce nature. Image, remember, keep your image in mind. You need to be gentle and soft like water. The man tagging along immediately appeased her. He was quite young and handsome. However, his gestures and demeanor were a bit sloppy and improper. This was clearly not a gentleman. Gentle my ass. Fengying furiously shouted, Little Qi, this is your dumb idea's fault. I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you. Sis, everything is hard in the beginning. The youth cheerfully persuaded her in a playful manner. As the saying goes, if you work at it hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a fine needle. If you want to accomplish your goal, sis, you need to change yourself or there'll be no chance. Look at the princess, she's feminine and pretty, definitely adored by men, am I wrong here? Who knows if this brat was actually trying to help Wu Fengying or was only here to watch the fun show and cause even more trouble. In short, his sloppy appearance gave off an undependable feeling. The princess covered her mouth after hearing the brother-sister duo, not daring to audibly laugh. After hearing the man, Fengying became less angry but was still annoyed. Wuxia, it was my mistake last time. Our feud is over, the water in the well won't touch the water in the river from now on. Sis, wrong again, what is this about water in the well and river? Doesn't that mean the two of you will never meet again? The youth immediately corrected her. You should be saying, young nobly, a gentleman like you should be more forgiving towards a lady like me. What are you two doing? Wuxia was a bit helpless watching these two. He smiled and asked, is this a play? A play, my ass. Fengying was flushed red with both anger and embarrassment. Okay, sis. Calm down, you're a lady, you know. Her little brother quickly tugged her arm and consoled. It's just your stupid plan. I don't want to be a lady. She angrily pulled on her pink outfit. Wuxia shook his head and interjected, if you want to undress, I think it is best to go home then do it. This isn't the place to strip down. She suddenly froze. When she regained her wits, an overwhelming bashfulness struck her. She wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and jump down. I'll strip if I want to, none of your concern. In the end, her embarrassment turned to anger. You think you're so cool because you are strong? Fine, we'll fight again. I'll forfeit my life to you if I lose again. She ultimately reverted back to her violent self but didn't lunge at him. Her arrogance was much weaker this time since she was only posturing. It wasn't because Wuxia was stronger or that she had lost before. There was another reason. Wuxia chuckled and said, what am I going to do with your life? I'm not the emissary of death. Humph. You just might be. Fengying naturally wouldn't attack Wuxia, so she snorted, not knowing how to elegantly resolve this situation while still winning some face back. Wuxia smiled and said, fine, let bygones be bygones, I'm not a petty person. Just don't cause trouble later. If he wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't be alive right now. He didn't care for such a trivial matter. At this moment, her brother gave her the thumbs up and gestured for her to try harder. Good, so I'm forgiven. She became braver with her brother's support. Nevertheless, she still didn't dare to look at Wuxia in the eye. Wuxia was quite amused at her demeanor. Is this how someone apologizes? Try harder. This is still not enough of an apology. What more do you want? She shouted in order to hide her nervous state. An apology should be gentler. How can your aggressive tone be considered an apology? Wuxia teased her again. You. She glared back with blushed cheeks. At this moment, the other two thought that Fengying would still be furious. However, she hesitated for a moment but still walked forward and let go of her pride. Yes, I was wrong. She finally mustered enough force to say this. It certainly wasn't easy for someone as stubborn as her, since she would rather die than to bow her head and yield before someone. Wuxia sighed in his mind after seeing her lowering her head and said, I already forgot about it and was only messing with you earlier. No need to bend down to achieve something. Be who you are. 1. Mind our own business, but needed to be literal for this next line too. Raw text is He Bai Wu Chang, or Hak Bak Mo Song, literally, black and white impermanence, are two deities in Chinese folk religion in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. Leaving this in the raw form doesn't flow as well. Grim Reaper or Reaper was my first choice, but it evokes a Western image. Emissary of Death works, but maybe just leaving it as the black and white impermanence works too. This character does show up in a lot of Chinese literature. Chapter 1914, Li Qia's comment caught Wu Fengying off guard. She stood there awkwardly, not knowing the right words to say. You go, sis, this is good. The younger brother immediately applauded with a smile while quietly speaking, grab the opportunity to win the guy over now. Wu Qi. She turned red and turned into a raging dragon again, rushing closer to beat her brother up. The guy immediately squatted down while covering his head to withstand the barrage. Nevertheless, he was still running his mouth fearlessly in order to tease her. Sis, you're too heartless. I'm clearly teaching you how to win a man over, but now, you're hitting me? I won't help you any more then. Shut your mouth. Fengying was in a tough spot. All was well, but now she had acted so weirdly in front of Li Qia, all because of this damn brat. Thus, only more fists raining down on him would make her feel better. Alright, I'll shut up. Wu Qi was still running his mouth despite claiming otherwise. Sis, even if you make me shut up, it doesn't change the fact that you're mistreating your own brother so badly after finding a crush. I'm still your brother. In a short time, the sister continued to punch while the brother grabbed his head for self-defense while endlessly teasing. The princess didn't know what to do besides covering her mouth. This duo can be such clowns sometimes. Fengying eventually got tired and stopped. Meanwhile, despite the battering earlier, Wu Qi was still fine and well. It looked like he had been used as a punching bag for a while now, so he got used to it. After stopping, she noticed that Li Qia was smiling to the side. It made her too embarrassed to look at him, so she glared at her brother again. On the other hand, Wu Qi didn't mind at all and stood there not giving a damn. He patted the dust off his body and stood up. With a relaxed attitude, he came over and bowed deeply at Li Qia. My name is Wu Qi, the 7th in the family. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. Surprisingly, his gesture was very elegant and appropriate to the occasion, just like a child from a great clan, outside of the last part. The sudden shift in attitude would sometimes make others think that he was putting on an act. Alas, this was just his frivolous style. Idiot. Fengying angrily shouted at him while avoiding Li Qia. Wu Qi immediately got behind Li Qia, then peeked out his head and smiled at Fengying. Sis, remember, be ladylike. If you keep on howling like a lioness all day, you'll disappoint brother-in-law. Fengying had the urge to vomit blood, but she didn't dare to give him another lesson since he was behind Li Qia. Li Qia smiled and dragged Wu Qi out before giving him the side eye. A powerful bloodline of the citadel. Looks like your sect is treating you as the orthodox successor. Wu Qi laughed and said, Ah, brother-in-law, my sister is the main branch. She'll be in charge of the sect. I'm just a nobody. If you're not the main line, then why would they give you their important artifact? Li Qia leisurely said. Just a coincidence. Wu Qi smiled wryly and became slightly nervous. He felt naked before Li Qia's nonchalant gaze. Even his biggest secret had been revealed by Li Qia. This was truly scary. You're saying that my Citadel Lord position is unjustified and undeserving? Fengying didn't like how he was praising her brother. He looked at her and chuckled. You cultivate the fiendish manifestation, so you are qualified to become the Citadel Lord. However, he's definitely the main successor. This is how the Citadel has always been. She snorted and didn't retort. Of course, she was also avoiding direct eye contact the entire time. Brother-in-law, what is this about being the orthodox successor? You're putting it too elegantly. Frankly, I'm just a stallion. If I had the choice, I wouldn't want to be one. Li Qia ignored this complaint and said, if the two of you keep on messing around, I'll throw you off eternal next time. With that, he turned away. Fengying's mouth was open since she wanted to say something as he was walking back into his room, but she didn't have the courage. Once he made it to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. The truth is, that pink outfit is very nice on you, kingdom-toppling indeed. With that, he disappeared into the room. His sudden praise left her in a daze. When she regained her wits, she naturally covered her face. Who knows if it was from being shy or happy. She felt that she had lost all face today, not expecting to win a praise at the very last moment from Wuxia. This was happiness coming too sudden. He, sis, it's looking good. Wuxia snuck next to her and said, as the saying goes, when a man courts a woman, he must overcome a mountain. When a woman courts a man, there is only a piece of paper in between. I'm sure my sister is too charming. Just keep trying, you got him right where you want him. I'm not listening to you anymore, Wuxia. Fengying gave him a fierce stare, but she was in quite a good mood. There was no ensuing punishment. Big sis Menjiang, do you need me for anything here? How about I become your assistant? Fengying came over and held the princess' arm with a very obedient and familiar attitude. The princess smiled wryly. She didn't say anything, but she knew full well that nothing would come from this due to Wuxia's identity. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Wuxia saw his sister's action and quickly added, I'm her brother, but I've never seen her act so nice to me, but now, she's trying so hard for a stranger, someone that had even beat her up before. Sigh, women, nothing can save them from love. He seemed quite pleased with this development. Meanwhile, Eternal has been moving continuously and had finally reached remote Wildland. We have arrived at the Wildland. Everyone, get ready. We will be anchoring at the cliff nearby for 1 month before starting our return journey. Please be mindful of the time. The captain's voice echoed across the ship. We're here. A few people became excited and nervous at the same time, especially the first-timers. People rushed out of their room and stared at the land from the deck. Even Jilin Princess immediately stood up and looked around. Time for me to grab a supreme weapon and sweep through the world. Wuxia started stretching as if he was about to go all out. No need to dream about a supreme weapon. Just seeing the wildland and broadening your horizon then coming back alive is already lucky enough. Only emperors or top-level gods can obtain treasures here. Only the luckiest among ordinary people could actually find something. Shi Hunlin sitting nearby smiled and shook his head. This high god was knowledgeable enough, far more than the juniors. With a high god senior like you tagging along, we can do whatever we want here. Wuxia quickly flattered him. Hunlin said, no need for flattery, a minor god like me is nothing in the wildland. If we stay at the border, I can guarantee your safety to a certain extent, but if you want me to go deeper, that's a no-go. Even an emperor with 11 wills had died in there. My incapable self is not enough for anything. Despite being a high god, Hunlin was amicable enough to converse with other juniors. This was a rare thing. The young ones shuddered after hearing the high god. This wasn't just him scaring them. It's fine, I believe in senior's abilities. Wuxia was still all smiles. If you want to travel around here, then follow young Noble Li. He's much more reliable than my old bones. In fact, I'm also just tagging along behind him and riding his coattails. Shi Hunlin said. 1. A CN version of hose before brothers. It is flexible enough to use it in any situation too. Chi means 7th. Chapter 1915, Eternal slowly steered for the dock. It was a gigantic cliff. Remember how large Eternal was? This cliff was even more massive, just like a divine wall spanning for billions of miles in this expanse, not allowing anyone to pass. This was the entrance to remote Wildland and also the safest location due to this cliff. It could stop any attacking power, so all the ships decided to anchor here. The passengers were staring at the Wildland from the observation deck only to see dust storms and fog in the far darkness. It looked as if a gigantic beast was squatting down across the boundless sky. Despite not having a panoramic view, just staring at a single corner was enough to stir the crowd. There were peaks towering to the sky with stars hovering around them. Their pinnacle was located among the depth of the galaxy. It was a majestic and moving scene. However, many of these peaks have been destroyed. Some were cut horizontally, other vertically. Another has been completely uprooted from the ground and was floating in space. Many boulders and debris were just floating around aimlessly. In the sky were many great stars. Upon closer inspection, there were actually galaxies being dragged to this place. Both the stars and the galaxies containing them were annihilated as well. Some stars were penetrated completely as if an ultimate finger strike happened here. Another was trampled from what seemed to be a giant walking across space. Little bits and pieces of remnant stars were everywhere. Perhaps an attack had devastated these galaxies. Everyone gasped after seeing the magnificent spectacles in the wildland. They felt that this was worth the trip even without entering the place. Remote wildland, these images engraved into the spectator's mind. These experts exchanged a glance before hesitation struck them. A few first-timers had grand ambition for this place. They even declared that they wouldn't come back before finding something amazing. Alas, after actually seeing the place, they became nervous and feeble. What kind of monstrous power was required to destroy this world ahead? In the past, they have heard the tales of the wildland. It was known to be a perilous place that even emperors might not return from. But of course, experiencing it in person stirred them much more than words and robbed them of their confidence. "Do we still want to go?" a junior asked his senior. The senior didn't answer, unable to make a decision in a short time. Creak. Li Chia opened the door and came out. "Young noble." The princess quickly greeted him. Li Chia nodded and looked at the group. Wu Fengying was smiling at him. Today, she had the old suit of armor on, but she was still different from normal. She clearly tidied up more and had a fitting hairstyle for the armor. This made she look much more feminine and even more beautiful. It wasn't a heroic temperament but a gentle one, especially when she revealed her soul-stealing smile. He, brother, are we entering?" Wu Qi cheerfully asked. Li Chia glanced at him without answering before shifting his gaze towards the wildland. His place was one of the highest locations on Eternal, so he had quite a good view of the place. Eternal had anchored, but it had also released the stairs for anyone to leave. Nevertheless, no one had actually left the ship due to the dangerous nature of this place. Just the slightest mistake would end with death. Apprehension permeated the atmosphere, but a group suddenly appeared. They were the first to want to depart for the wildland. This wasn't the only thing that attracted attention because their mysterious aura was even more conspicuous. There were only a few dozen people wearing a loose, black robe. They didn't only cover their figure and face but also used a special method to hide everything. Even a heavenly gaze wouldn't be able to penetrate this to see their real appearance. They were lifting what seemed to be a wooden coffin. It was also covered in black cloths. Who are they? Many became curious about this mysterious group. Alas, no one could point out their identity because none of the members was seen previously on Eternal. Perhaps they have never shown their face ever since they boarded the ship, not until it had arrived at remote wildland. Of course, the captain naturally knew who they were, but due to his position, he didn't want to reveal information about his own passengers to others. There's an ominous aura to that group, how strange. Shi Hunlin, who was also standing on the high peak, immediately took interest in this group. He was powerful enough to notice something. Ominous aura? What do you mean? Wu Qi looked over and asked, mysterious indeed, very secretive. Are they doing something they don't want others to know? That's not something you can sense. Hunlin explained, they don't have life essence, not one of us at all. They don't belong to any race. They are members of the Forsaken Blood race. Li Chia stared at the coffin and revealed without emotion. Forsaken Blood. Hunlin was startled. The race in the legends? They actually exist. They are ancient existences, old beyond your imagination. Li Chia said. What is this race? Even someone as knowledgeable as Fengying hasn't heard of this race before. A very terrorizing race. Hunlin said, according to the old tales, they are a brutal race. Anything that comes close to their nest will certainly be killed. That's why their nests were so feared as places of doom. I have never seen these guys before either because they don't socialize with outsiders. They are an isolated race, very mysterious and bizarre. But some do say that they are bad luck, nothing good will come of their presence. His expression turned serious. Why do people say that? They carry some plague? Wu Qi was full of curiosity. Because they are cannibals. Li Qiye nonchalantly revealed to the excited youth. They eat people alive, not even leaving bones behind. Really? Wu Qi was slightly surprised, but that's not too bad. There are plenty of evil people in this world. There have been cannibalistic experts in the 13 continents before. Because they only eat people. Li Qiye looked at him and said, in order to reproduce, they must eat a different race or they'll go extinct. They have to eat both men and women? Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. They aren't really people, only a bunch of monsters, or dead creatures. Li Qiye said, they don't belong to this world, so reproduction is very difficult. Despite eating and reproducing, their number dwindles down more and more. There was a period when they crazily ate the experts from all the races. The stronger, the better, because they want to refine the essence blood of their food in order to increase the odds of reproducing. Alas, the probability is still very low, so they actually devoured the experts of 18 countries during this period. 18 countries, the princess and Fengying shuddered. Chapter 1916, Devouring 18 Countries? Just how many lives were lost from this? Anyone would naturally shudder in response. Even though some experts have killed countless, for murder was a common occurrence in the 13 continents, the immense scale of this was a whole different story. Just imagine, cultivators like them were only food for someone else. I have heard of this. Hun Lin said with a tinge of emotion. Numerous emperors became enraged and personally went on a hunt to kill them. From then on, these monsters had to run back to their nests and rarely appeared again. I didn't expect to see them here now. Li Qiye looked at the group and said flatly, they still haven't given up after so many years and want to try again. Sure, Hun Lin commented, rumor has it that they belong to the dead and are very scary. Those who have seen their real face would be extremely frightened. Can something be that hideous in this world? Hideous is not enough to describe them. Li Qiye answered, they're monsters not belonging to our epoch. It is their fortune that they weren't killed off in the past. A cold glint flashed in his eyes after finishing the last sentence. Really now? Wu Qi remained skeptical and laughed. I have seen ugly people, but ugly enough to frighten someone to that level? That's too exaggerated. Try saying that again after you see their real face. Li Qiye replied. Before Wu Qi could answer, Li Qiye suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he was already before the group of Forsaken Bloods. Its fiercest. Since all eyes were on this particular group, someone instantly spotted Li Qiye. What does he want? The majority was still fearful of him after the display back at Buddhist Plain. The group of Forsaken Blood also stopped. They had an austere aura while staring at him, but no one spoke up. Remove your veil and show yourself. Li Qiye casually pointed at one member and ordered. However, no one in the group reacted. They were still completely silent, like a bunch of dead corpses staring at him. Fiercest is so fierce, not giving a crap about anyone. One spectator pointed out after seeing Li Qiye's domineering act. Looks like I have to do it myself. Li Qiye smirked and raised his finger forward. This strike aimed straight for one of the members. This person was very strong. The word heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe him, but he couldn't dodge the particular strike. Li Qiye had locked the temporal spatial spheres in the area. Bah! The strike destroyed the black robe covering him, revealing his true form. The spectator's hair stood on end after seeing the person. This looked like a body with the form of a human, but it wasn't made from regular skin and flesh. Bloody tendon strings wove and twisted together as the main structure. When these strings moved, they looked like monstrous insects creeping together. There was no skull. At the top was a bag of flesh resembling a sunflower. It spread to reveal 8 separate petal-like sections with countless thorns growing inside. Roar! The monster howled and tried to bite Li Chia with its jaw-like head. Moreover, the fleshy thorns inside instantly grew longer like tentacles and formed a hook, wanting to latch onto Li Chia. Humph! Li Chia simply snorted with his eyes flashing. The monstrous creature suddenly retreated back to its spot after seeing his glare. It was as if it had met its nemesis and didn't dare to take half a step forward. This creature was blessed with a keen sense, so it knew of its opponent's power. It covered itself with another concealing black robe. Ugh! Someone vomited at this time after seeing the monster's appearance. It was truly disgusting. Oh mother, what the hell is that thing? Numerous felt their legs trembling and turned pale from fear. The Forsaken Blood race. An ancestor from a bigger sect recognized the identity of the monster and became frightened. Sir, we are only here to offer our respect without any nefarious intention or anything out of line. If we have offended you in any way, please let us know. A different individual shrouded in the same style came out. Judging from its voice, one could tell that it was quite old. It's nothing, I only want the world to remember your real face. Li Chia said. The guy pondered for a moment and eventually said, Sir, bothering you is not our intention. Please excuse us. It was hard to connect this humble tone to the creature's appearance. One would think that it was a gentleman speaking. I have never judged a book by its cover. Li Chia replied, I only want the world to remember an old tragedy, that there are those with insatiable desire hiding in the darkness. The creature took a while before answering in the same polite tone, We do not dare to have evil thoughts, we only wish to live on in desolate places. Li Chia smiled and stopped troubling them. He took one step and returned back to his peak. The group of Forsaken Bloods didn't dare to linger and quickened their pace. They disappeared into the wildland. People were watching them the whole time and were still afraid even after they were gone. What are those monsters? I've never heard of them before. One person asked. Does this race want to come out again? It'll be a disaster if this is the case. No, I must tell the ancestors. Looks like Fiercest has good intention, wanting to warn everyone about the return of this race. One ancestor found the whole thing dreadful. Did your legs tremble? Li Chia looked at Wu Qi after returning. I'm still okay. Wu Qi smiled in response. Though his legs didn't tremble, it wasn't a good feeling, as if he had swallowed a fly on accident. Quite a nauseating experience. They haven't shown themselves in a long time. Why are they here? Sure, Hunlin felt unease. This is, in a sense, returning to their root. Li Chia looked at the wildland and answered, they came with a plan this time. If successful, it might be a disaster for Pure. Is this the legendary darkness? The princess' heart skipped a beat. Li Chia had mentioned the darkness several times, so she thought of it after seeing this race. They're not qualified to be called darkness. Li Chia said, when the darkness comes, they are only mere ants in comparison. The princess had no response. She knew nothing about the darkness, but one thing was for certain, this darkness was of an apocalyptic nature. Damn, such a race actually exists. Where did they come from? It took a while before Wu Qi finally relaxed. They aren't really considered a race, just near-dead monsters. Li Chia revealed, their origin is over there. He pointed at the wildland. What? Isn't that impossible, from the wildland? Wild bloods are indeed around, but they can't leave this place. Hunlin was surprised. This is a remnant epoch, their time is long gone now. Nothing from this epoch can appear and walk on this world again. The moment they come out, billions of years would pass by, turning them to ashes instantly. Li Chia paused for a bit before continuing. However, an ambitious group had an incredible idea. They wanted to bring wild bloods from this place to the outside world by using a heaven-defying method to breed the creatures here with living beings. This gave birth to a new existence, but it was still going against the heavenly Tao. The end result was this near-dead abomination with difficulties reproducing, the Forsaken Bloods. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.